Day at the Races is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And that was that beautiful site of Lower Manhattan, a beautiful day here at Aqueduct Racetrack for day number 4 of the Belmont at the Big A meeting, which will run until the Breeders' Cup. And then we'll just revert to good old Aqueduct. Sarah Obadwi joining me, Andy Serling here. You're going to be stuck with me hosting for a couple hours in the show. Luckily, Sarah's here to get everybody through the day as we go into another 9-race card.
Yeah, a beautiful day, just as you mentioned, really nice outside. So looking forward to some exciting races throughout the card. We've got a couple of competitive events, and we had a stakes race yesterday that went to a European Invader. No surprise to anyone whatsoever.
Yeah, I imagine she'll be flying back faster to Europe than she was running when she ran the mile and 3/8, but we'll talk about that race a little bit later. A lot of interesting things coming up, and we've got maidens going 6.5 furlongs to start the day out, and these are maidens 3-year-olds and up. We even got a first-time starter, a 4-year-old, the number 2 Moon Frolic. But right now, the firster for Chad Brown and owner Peter Brandt, New York Strong, is the heavy favorite, even money. This one's not Ortiz, it's Flavien Prat, but we'll start the post-spray with the 1, Treble Clef.
And this one, a half-sibling to Obligatory, also trained by Belmont, Grade 1 winner of the Derby City Distaff. The rest of the siblings not really have made it to the racetrack.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? There were 4 foals, including this one, that were unraced, and this is a homebred for Judd Mutt, much like Obligatory. The 2 is Moon Frolic, that 4-year-old firster for Charlie Baker, Dylan Davis.
Half to 2 minor winners. One of them did win his first 2 races, but not a ton of pedigree to speak of.
The 3 War Stride goes out first time for George Weaver with Manny Franco, and Todd Pletcher really got this one wrong if he sprints on the dirt.
That would be the case for sure.
The 4 Shaky Pants looks like the best of those that have started coming out of a tough maiden race.
And has some early speed, had every right to tire last time off a long layoff.
The number 5 went by. That was Party with Smarty. The 6 New York Strong, Chad Brown, Peter Brandt, Flavien Prat.
First-time starter that just makes a lot of sense, especially in a compact field like this. The Grand Dam Theskin's Theory all turf, so perhaps this one might want to do something different down the line, but this is a good spot to get started.
Doesn't it seem cool that Theskin's Theory would finish second to Winter Memories in the Garden City, and we had the Winter Memories on Friday. This race should have been Friday with that one running. She was a good turf horse. Anyway, there is a sign-up bonus at Naira Bets, so head on over to NairaBets.com if you're not a member. Use the promo code MATCH200. We'll match up at $200 of your initial deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Bet through Naira Bets. Taking a look at that favorite in here, the number 6, New York Strong. My question to you, I hear nothing. It doesn't matter who I know or what I know. I never know anything about firsters. I imagine there must be a story about this horse.
Well, do you think that there's a story, or do you think there's just really nowhere else to go?
You know, for the be even money, maybe you're right. I mean, maybe Treble Clef even getting bet because others don't want to bet on the number 4 Shaky Pants, the one who ran. And I know Shaky Pants ran well enough that 9-2 isn't the worst gamble.
No, and this one floating up a little bit from the morning line as well. This one just makes a lot of sense as the one with experience that you would want of any of them.
All right, Acacia. Acacia Clement, the 3rd member of our team, at least early on the show. Enlighten us about the favorite.
Yeah, we're switching things up, Andy, with you hosting on the set, and I'm down here today. But as far as New York Strong is concerned, if you look at the Clocker report, that work back on the 27th was heads up, finishing evenly with general partner for Chad Brown, who won pretty impressively towards the end of that meet out of that Valentine Candy race that had been elevated so much with the Beyer speed figure. So keeping some good company in the mornings. The only work I could see on XBTV was back at August 12th, and watching him work that day with an unraced 2-year-old. Just asked for more gallop out and finishing better. He was a little bit green back in the paddock, kind of reared up when saddling. They had to finish him outside the stall to get the tack on, and he was a little bit vocal, perhaps responding to some other horses in the paddock too. So not something I love to see, especially with a Chad Brown firster, but he was all business once he got out on the track. And while he is a little bit on the smaller side, he's incredibly fit and athletic and a lovely mover. He's very much, I think, the horse to beat as far as the firsters are concerned. The number 1, Treble Clef, is the horse with the big pedigree in here by Arrogate, half to Obligatory, who was by Curlin, as Sarah mentioned, but physically they have a lot of the same attributes. He's definitely one that I'm going to want to see after having a race from a mental standpoint. He was very vocal back in the paddock. They saddled him outside the stall, trying to keep him away from the rest, and and was a little bit reluctant in green linking with the pony. Had an aggressive warm-up when galloping off under Jose Ortiz, and you can see him just kind of tossing his head around. I think he's still putting everything together. At first, when I looked at him and he was gray, I said, oh, must be a Tappet, and he is. As we know, the late Arrogate turned out to be a tremendous sire, but one that I'm going to want to watch moving forward. As far as the 4 Shaky Pants, he's the one that I would want for the horses that have raced. Coming back after that long layoff, it was also his first start as a gelding. Digitize was also off of a layoff and just showed tremendous gait speed, whereas this horse was really kind of urging and chasing him and just really didn't have it. He looks even stronger, more tucked up, second off the bench, and I think has every right to take a step forward in his second start of his 3-year-old season, Andy.
Thanks so much, Acacia. And we were just talking about Shaky Pants as well. And you know, considering, listen, maybe one of these or 2 of these firsters are pretty good, but Shaky Pants' race last time was good enough to say that I think 9-2 is a very fair price.
And broke fairly sharp, rushed up, was inside speed, and then tired in the later stages of that race, won by Digitize, and that was off a fairly lengthy layoff for him. So it's not as though he didn't have every right to get tired in the later stages of that race, and at least with him, you know that he can be quick out of the gate early, show some speed, and that wasn't a terrible figure for the race as well.
I agree, and it's not as though he just sat back in 5th the whole way and sort of ran in place.
Right.
Also, he was on the rail for a good portion of the race, and there's some question about that rail that day, though Digitize went down to it later. And Digitize was a Chad Brown horse off a layoff, a maiden, but he'd been training very, very well at Monmouth. He came back and ran a big figure, so he's chasing the winner of the race. And I agree. I mean, to be honest with you, I picked at 6-4. I know you like the 4 in here, and I think at the price, the 4 is very bettable.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the one you want of the horses with experience so far, and maybe both of these first-time starters are just better than the rest of this field, but I think that's a big if to take at 4-5, and I feel as though these horses are kind of just getting bet because.
The 3 is a weird one, right? I mean,
yeah.
it really is, you know, it's hard to guess what the horse is supposed to do, but sprinting on the dirt is based in the pedigree not what War Stride's supposed to do. It's such a weird change first time for George Weaver.
Right, and first off the trainer change with maidens, Weaver is 8 for 20. He's 40% with a $3.14 ROI the past 5 years. Switching turf to dirt within that sample, he's 2 for 4, and the ROI is positive. So he makes these changes appropriately so, but to think that Todd Pletcher was so incorrect about what this horse wanted to do first time out would be a little bit of a stretch.
Ran him at Monmouth, ran him long on the turf. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but sometimes things don't make a lot of sense. Let's head up the voice of Belmont at the Big A, John Embrial, for the call of the first.
And they're off. And it is Shaky Pants who's out for the early lead. War Stride now moves up down at the rail. On the outside is a New York Strong. So the favorite is 3rd here in the early going. Party with Smarty is next in 4th. 2.5 lengths. Treble Clef was off a step slow, is running in 5th. And Moon Frolic is the trailer. War Stride has now taken the lead from Shaky Pants. It's War Stride in front through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Shaky Pants in pursuit in 2nd. New York Strong, the favored firster, moving up now on the outside from 3rd. Party with Smarty is next in 4th. Treble Clef is on the move now from 5th, and Moon Frolic is at the back of the pack. It is War Stride by a half length. Shaky Pants running in 2nd. New York Strong being pushed along as they come for the top of the stretch. Here comes Shaky Pants up to challenge War Stride for the lead. Shaky Pants now takes the lead. War Stride down at the rail in 2nd, and New York Strong is in 3rd. It is Shaky Pants who shakes loose from the field and opens up by 3 lengths. Then War Stride, who's trying to hold 2nd. New York Strong on the outside. Shaky Pants is the winner. And it was close for 2nd between New York Strong and War Stride.
This race kind of looked over around the top of the stretch when it was clear that the first-time starter New York Strong had nothing, but Shaky Pants, he had plenty.
He did, and I mean, he had shown that he had some early speed in his start last time out and able to sustain it today. But I like how they made the decision to lay off the other horse in War Stride that wanted to be more aggressive early. Instead of engaging him, getting into an all-out duel, just able to sit right off that one to the outside and had enough and just improved 2nd off the layoff.
No, I agree. This horse was a completely different horse. today, able to stalk and the race, and frankly 4-1 was very generous. I don't know what the story was on the 6. New York Strong did pick up second in this race, but at the end of the day, he really just didn't do a whole lot of running.
You know, with a
Right.
horse that went out and set those fractions early?
That was a fast pace.
It was. He should have come to get second.
Now, this is a very fast race. We'll see how quickly the track is playing as we move along. Take a break. We'll be back with the official results of race number 1 after these messages.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War Bomber in front, War Bomber. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, excuse me. Andy Serling, Sarah Al-Badwi, and Acacia Clement as well. And we're offering a 10% trifecta bonus on all our races here at Belmont at the Big A today. Opt in over at Naira Bets, and you will be in line to get a 10% bonus on any trifecta you hit throughout Sundays here at Belmont at the Big A. We'll head down to the winner's circle for race number 2, where the number 4 Shaky Pants, Junior Alvarado, rode for Joe Sharp. Jesse Chuckabout, I shouldn't even try to pronounce that name. Why couldn't it just be one? I could have gotten easily. My apologies for race number 1. Acacia Clement has Junior Alvarado in the winner's circle.
As Shaky Pants gets the win to break his maiden. Junior, you rode this horse last time too, and it just seems like he really benefited from having that race off the layoff.
Definitely, I remember when I rode it last time, Joe Sharp, he told me after the race, he think he needed a race, and I did too, and even though, he finished A lane, I never thought it was a bad race at all, he was, like I say, we thought he needed a race. He chased a fast pace that day, he wasn't the inside, he did everything right that day. I think he just needed it, and, he proved it today.
And while he broke sharply today, he was able to kind of settle when the other horse kind of rushed up to take the pace. That had to be encouraging to see how he relaxed so nicely.
Yeah, I knew he was that kind of horse. He's kind of, very nice horse. He just wait for you to do, like teach him what to do, and then he's always there for you. And like I said, I was planning to try to go to the lead. He broke sharp, but then, I saw Franco. He keeps sending. I didn't want to go in a duel, so he, set right off, and he was ready for me when I turned for home.
And you and I were just talking about a cool moment that happened for you. If anybody follows you on social media, they will see with Nutella Fellow, the big upset winner of the Hopeful. I hear you got your own Nutella.
Yeah, the Nutella company, they got a hold of me. They asked me for the address. They said they were going to send me a gift, and they did send me a beautiful basket with, a lot of Nutella on it.
Hey, nothing wrong with that, right? Congratulations on a win here, Junior.
Thanks, Ignacia.
All right, well, he's well-stocked with Nutella, if you were curious, Andy.
I was. Now I know where to borrow some Nutella. If there's a run of Nutella, Sarah, Junior Alvarado's house is the place to go.
I guess so.
As we move along a little bit in today's card, Shaky Pants, $10 even. The 4-6 exacta with the favorite second, $8.64 a dollar. Blew up in the try a little bit. Worstride, he had a lot more speed than he did going long.
I guess he does want to be a dirt sprinter, right?
Well, he definitely doesn't want to be a turf router, and apparently he is much better going shorter on the dirt. A lot of stuff, good stuff coming up. I thought today's second race was an extremely competitive race, and a lot of horses coming in here have had some trips that have maybe some things going for them we'll talk about a little bit. But an interesting car as we head on, and this will be a turf sprint going 6 furlongs on the outer. Turf course rails are still out 36 feet. And a lot of good racing coming up as well today.
Yeah, absolutely. A very competitive race in the next. One of our favorite horses will be in there, and she will not be an extremely short price that she should not have been last time, Master of the Tunes.
Yeah, I'm not going to be betting on her, but she definitely is one of the ones who did win.
Last time.
Well, last time she ran, I read Ortiz rode her, so that's one of the reasons she took a lot of money. Today's race is coming up. They're brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well at Claiborne Farm. Race number 3 is a $105,000 allowance race. It features the return of the greatest stakes winner, Faith in Humanity, who's 3 for 4 lifetime. She'll be a heavy favorite. The late pick 5 starts off in race number 5. It'll be New York bred maidens, 2-year-olds on the turf. And the 8th race, they're going a mile and an 1/8. And Film Star will be the heavy favorite in race number 8. And we'll take a look at Film Star, who probably the only other major threat, at least on paper, was another runner for Linda Rice. That one's not going to play, and Film Star is going to be odds on.
He will be, and he was a little bit fortunate this day that Olympic Dreams, his main rival in that race, didn't show up and run his race, but he's a horse that was really aggressively handled in here, and it was the right move, able to replicate the 95 Beyer speed figure that he had earned in his start prior, and while he had had a run of second place finishes, he was sort of able to overcome that seconditis and get a pretty decent win here, and he kind of just looks like the horse that's going to be in front in lone speed on paper.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's anybody that can really press him that hard. I'm actually taking a small shot to beat him with Constitution Lawyer, but he needs a cleaner getaway than last time, and he needs to get an aggressive ride from Dylan Davis, who I think needs to be a little more aggressive these days. But Film Star, coming back on just 14 days rest, is in raging form for trainer Linda Rice.
She's still looking for her first win of the meet.
I think she's going to get one eventually.
I think she'll maybe figure it out.
Pretty confident that she's going to get one at this meet at some point. I see they changed some rules in Kentucky. I guess they are reacting to the number of wins she had. You know you're doing something right when they're changing the rules because of you. And here's the field, couple of scratches, and a major one with Costa Terra coming out. Film Star with that scratch, going to be odds on. I don't know. Did you have any other ideas? I like Constitution Lawyer as a possible upsetter.
He has defeated Film Star in the past. I think he was a little bit fortunate to do so that day in that off-the-turf race. But I will say that he is at least on the right surface now. He was running on turf for quite some time, but I like that they're keeping him on the dirt, moving forwards, and he is coming in a little bit fresher than his main rival. He was also never going to be beating Bright Future, who he faced last time out, who went on to win our Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, he did not run well. He did get badly left. Why do you think he was fortunate to beat Film Star?
I don't know, didn't he get more of a pace setup that day?
You mean the pace that he was right on top of?
I don't know, he wasn't that far off of it, but he was still, I think, benefited a little bit more by another horse with Film Star. And I think Film Star is better now.
We're going to agree to disagree about that, but I agree with you about that. Film Star has definitely improved since then. There's no argument with that. A lot more to come. We'll be right back, and we'll come back to hear about our good friend Jimmy Bond a family operation.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin,
in the personal
the
ensign.
classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbreds like stakes-winning filly Funny How.
She's a fantastic horse, as everybody knows, and I'm just grateful to be a partner and be able to share the success and the fun it's been at the track. Ray Handel, the trainer's terrific. Matt, all the management's been great, and it's been a lot of fun.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion, and you know, we're lucky, we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7-furlong pole on the main track. And it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back, I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, you know, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barron's. He ran 6 Grade 1s, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile, and of course the Whitney, and then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medal d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, and that we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Some really nice horses. Nice to hear those stories from Jimmy Bonnet. It's really such a big family affair with the kids and his wife Tina as well. Will's Way, a monstrous talent. Tisway won the Met Mile, and Whitney unfortunately got hurt after the Whitney. And who knows what Buddha could have done. I mean, he beat a solid field, including Medaglia d'Oro in the Wood.
Yeah, just really incredible what they've been able to accomplish with their operation so far, and still have the longevity that they do, and still have the kind of success that they're enjoying on this circuit and beyond, because it's a solid operation.
No, it really was. And Val's Prince, I feel like Val's Prince may have been second in the Breeders' Cup Mile, though I'm not 100% sure I'm right about that. And a lot of those horses, I remember Jorge Chavez riding them as well. Very, very competitive second race coming up at 6 furlongs, and Jimmy is represented in here as well. They are New York breds, and he's represented. I'll tell you something. This is a horse that really should have been in the winner's circle last time out in Saratoga. A very, very unlucky loser.
Right, and she'd had a couple of trips in the past too, and now she's returning to State Bred Company as she was last time. She's just one that's extremely consistent at this level of competition, and just what a trip she had last time. Tossed her head at the start, wide, and she makes some sense in here. Really, all of them do, except for the price right now on Carrie. It's a very short, with her being 5-2 in the early stages of the wagering, and something that you and I had mentioned or discussed ourselves when we were on a break, is that she took a huge hit in the doubles, and she is favored in doubles.
She's an overwhelming favorite in the doubles. The double has her at about 8-5. Now, I doubt she'll be that low. I don't quite get it. We'll see what Acacia thinks on this wide open second race.
Yeah, it really is a wide open race, Andy, and a fun one. And starting with Fontana Freda, she's a horse that just, unfortunately, visually and from my standpoint, from a physical perspective, she's never going to be one that I will warm to, because she just never really carries her weight very well from race to race, and that's just typical of her. She's always a lighter frame type. She's always very tucked up. I will say she's very relaxed here in the paddock. Her coat looks great, all things, and again, just normally what you see from her. And sometimes, especially up in Saratoga where their bonds are based, you'll see her kind of flourishing and carry her conditioning a little bit better, and shipping down here to the Big A. It does seem like she's kind of back to what I typically see from her. Did have to alter course last time after tossing her head and leaping up at the break last time out. Hopefully she gets a better start and a clear trip today, and we'll see if she can make amends for that effort last time out. The number 6, I'm Just Kidding, is turning back in distance. Now, she is the half-sister to Bar of Gold, and it feels like we've talked about this family quite a bit with either production of Bar of Gold or the siblings. Of course, this one a homebred for the Bromans, and I think it could be a similar case to a horse like Vacation Dance, who John Kimmel also trains, who maybe is a horse that has run okay or visually looks like one who wants to go longer, but is just, at the end of the day, a turf sprinter. And I was wondering if that was going to be the case with I'm Just Kidding. And while I do like her cutting back, I just wish I was seeing her turn out a little bit better here in the paddock. She's gotten herself very hot, and while she's not agitated, I just wonder if maybe in this part of the season her coat's starting to turn a little bit, and she's one that sometimes can be a little bit of an energetic type. And again, while she's handled herself well, I just wish I hadn't seen her get so hot here in the paddock, but could be intriguing trying to turn back and find her right spot, perhaps sprinting. The number 1, It's a Keeper. You have to admit she's in very good form right now, and stepping up and finishing not far behind Fontana Freda 2 starts back. And then last time out behind the favorite Loon Cry, was outkicked by her, but I thought finished pretty well in that effort. She's one that sometimes too can not carry her weight well, she looks tremendous today. She's the opposite of the other fillies that I just talked about. It looks like she is really kind of flourishing now and doing well and holding her form and holding her condition, which I do appreciate. Coming back here, we'll see if Junior Alvarado can sweep the early double with a mare that looks like she's just doing really well right now for Tom Albertrani, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia, and follow along all of the action and get the stats on all the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase Pass performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. So, myself, I thought it was very competitive. I'm going to try to wire the field with Get the Candy. She has won at 6 before. She was outrunning a fast pace last time, but she appears to be the controlling speed, Sarah.
She does. I don't disagree with you on that. And she's returning to State Bred Company as well, though she has won against Open. One of those efforts versus Open was a win earlier this spring at Gulfstream Park. That was in the Golden Beach. When she gets comfortable on the front end, she's very dangerous, but she has also been successful just off the pace, too.
Horses are on the track for race number 1. The one, it's a keeper, Tom Albertrani and Junior Alvarado.
She's consistent. She was really overlooked in the wagering last time out, going off at 6-1, second longest shot in a field of 6.
The speed, Get the Candy, Kendrick Carmouche riding for Mike Maker.
He's got a very simple way of going. Just send her to the front and hope that she can hang on. She is very quick early.
The number 3 Carry is owned by Jordan Wyckoff for same connection similar to 3 Diamonds. Joel Rosario riding for Joe Sharp.
And I think this is what she wants to do, sprinting on the turf rather than going long like she was brought back in. But this price right now is way too short.
Tough to take a short price in this field. Fontana Freda, Jimmy Bond, and Manny Franco.
There's things to like, especially after the trip that she had last time out.
Master of the Tunes, Joseph Lee, Jose Ortiz.
A horse that I have a big affinity for, but one that doesn't necessarily find herself in the winner's circle all that often.
I ride Ortiz on the 6. I'm Just Kiddin' for John Kimmel.
We'll see if the cutback helps her. She's been getting keen and cooked up lately, going further distances.
Louis Rivera, the apprentice, riding for Bob Glaceris off a layoff with a horse you like, Theodora Grace.
She hasn't been seen since October of last year, but she has a couple of races in the past performances, and she has run well fresh before.
Head on over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, use the promo code MATCH200, and we will match the $200 of your initial deposit. Play with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets. We mentioned the speed of the number 2. Can we go to the number 7, Sarah's selection, Theodora Grace, actually? I don't see this horse, but knocking long shots isn't going to get you anywhere.
I know that this is a bit of a stretch, but she is a horse that I know can run off an extended break like this. She won off a layoff from July of 2020 to June of 2021. She's also won off a layoff of November of 2021 to April of 2022. And some of her races against State Breds last year versus Open Company as well in the past when she's won would make her competitive in a spot like this if she's capable of returning to them. Rob Glaceris, he does well off a break like this. He's 8 for 34 past 5 years, off 180 plus days, 24%, $4.95 ROIs. If you have been pretty big prices, and she can be a little bit more tactical too.
The 6, I'm Just Kiddin', is cutting back after having a ridiculous wide trip 2 back, being on top of a pace that collapsed last time, on top of a pace against tougher 3 back, and she had a wild trip when she tried to sprint. She is very, very dangerous here. If she hadn't been left in this race, she would have won for sure. And Sarah, it's pretty amazing when you pick them up top of the stretch that she got beat just a length. Considering the speed won the race and where she is top of the stretch, she's going to end up in last when they're turning for home.
And with the kind of trips that she's had lately and the excuses that you can make for her, this was actually one of her best performances that we've seen of late, because the turn of foot that she's able to display into running into this horse that was loose on the front end, fleet-footed, who was pretty quick out of there. Just the trouble that she had was so significant, and I really do think that she'll appreciate the cutback in distance. At the same time, though, she's been a little bit hard to handle in some of her races and been a little bit too eager, so perhaps now going a sprint distance, she can relax a little bit early on and get a better kind of trip for herself.
Let's get more from Acacia.
And the horse that's currently your favorite is Carrie, as Joe Sharp will look to sweep the early double, as she got the win last time out, and she's definitely a turf sprinter. She's a little bit of a quirky type, though, and I remember actually interviewing Jordan Wyckoff after that last race, and we talked about how Joel Rosario is such a good fit for her because she's a filly that wears a cage bit or a Houghton bit, one that has that bar underneath the chin to give riders a little bit more control with a horse that can drift a little bit or be a bit quirky. And that's what she is. And you'll notice last time that Joelle kept her to the outside. Really, she finished very well that day, but she got a little bit keen. You have to time her run well, and she's not the easiest horse to ride. So he fits her like a glove, and we'll see if she can make it 2 wins in a row. As far as the two Get the Candy goes, she finished 4th at Colonial last time. The winner of that race wired the field and came back to win a stake with a 91 buyer in her subsequent start. But Get the Candy was actually a late scratch at Saratoga back in July on the 23rd. She flipped in the paddock, and she's a horse that can be a little bit energetic and a little bit revved up prior to her races. Very quiet today, very laid back. She got on her toes more on the track, and it's not a negative type of quiet. It's just that she hasn't done anything naughty. She hasn't acted up badly, which is what I wanted to keep my eyes on and see how she acted. And it seems like they've probably schooled her quite a bit. And, you know, she's a 5-year-old mare now, and sometimes horses just really react to those big crowds and so much going on. And the long walk over to the Saratoga paddock, and it's definitely quieter over here. And Get the Candy, Andy seems to appreciate that.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, there was some incident that caused her to get spooked, I think, in the paddock that day. As far as Master of the Tunes, I guess it was maybe a little bit unlucky more than anything else last time out, but Irad Ortiz ended up getting just completely locked in the race, and while It's a Keeper beat her, she got a very clean trip. And the opposite was true with Master of the Tunes.
She did. She does end up having to navigate some traffic in here and not really having much of a turn of foot. But she's a horse that you and I have both made a lot of excuses for throughout her career. And not saying they're not valid, but it seems that she has some sort of trip over and over, time and time again, that prevents her from having the cleanest of run races and really hindering her success going forwards.
Yeah, I disagree a bit. I think that second to Spongy was just bad luck considering Spongy's trip and her talent. And I think in this race, he just got kind of locked in and got blind switched by the whole field. He was trying to do the right thing. And you're right, she doesn't have that quick burst. But she also, by the time she got clear, the race was already over. Fontana Freda, she blew the brake last time out. Then she circled the field maybe a bit prematurely wide, and the horse that won came from last, saved all the ground and angled out late. That was a super tough beat, but this might be a tougher field.
Right. I see that very, very similarly to you. I think that you can make the argument that she had some things against her last time, and she did beat It's a Keeper in there. But at the same time, I think that there's a lot more going on within this short, compact field than there was last time out. However, she is against State Breds again today, and that was her first race off a little bit of a brief freshening. So maybe she'll appreciate both going the 6 furlong distance and getting back in with the State Bred company.
I think it just gets to how deep this field is, because if you go through and listen, you making a case for a horse who's 24-1 in here, and while a lot of people don't agree, you're making a case in here, and everybody else is taking a reasonable amount of money. The big surprise in this race, one is Master of the Tunes is too big a price at 8-1. Another one is all of the money that came in for Carey. She got pounded in the double, and she's taking all the money here, and this is a tougher field than who she beat last time.
Right. Do you think it's that some might see that she looks like she has more upside and less chances on paper than others at the same time?
I think that workout. I think it's probably workout related, would be my guess. There has to be a story beyond the fact that her last race, because her last race in no way makes her a heavy favorite.
No, and even that was a faster race than we really seen from her throughout most of her career, unless you go back to when she was a 2-year-old.
Well, I think that it's not surprising she ran well last time, but I just don't think that race necessarily makes her a winner in this spot. But doesn't mean she can't win. It's a competitive race. John Embriao with the call.
We are set for race 2. And they're off. And it is Get the Candy who's got the early lead. Fontana Freda is racing in second with Carey next in third. I'm Just Kidding is in between horses. Theodora Grace to her outside. Steadying there just a bit was Master of the Tunes. It's a Keeper is down at the rail. It is Get the Candy, the leader here, 3 parts of a length. Fontana Freda on the outside runs in second, and it's the trio of Carey, I'm Just Kidding, and Theodora Grace. Opening quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds. As they round the far turn, It is Get the Candy on the inside and Fontana Freighter on the outside. And now they are right together, heads apart for the lead. Theodora Grace ranges up into third. Kerry is down towards the rail and will need some racing room. Then I'm Just Kiddin', followed by Master of the Tunes. And it's a keeper, the half one in 45 and 2. It's Get the Candy, room on the inside for Kerry. On the outside, I'm Just Kiddin'. And Master of the Tunes is coming on late. It is Kerry, I'm Just Kiddin', Master of the Tunes. The three of them fight it out to the finish. Kerry, the winner, narrowly and very tight for second between a Master of the Tunes and I'm Just Kiddin'.
We're sort of chuckling up here because the money ended up getting the money here, and the money on Kerry ended up proving correct as far as cashing your bets. But I got to tell you, Sarah, it's hard to imagine a horse working out a better trip. Not that the others had bad trips.
No, but I
still.
mean, saved all the ground the entire way around, got to sit right off of the horses that were battling it out early. Everybody else that was closing in had to go wide. And I mean, this is one of those times where you're saying, you know, not winning like whatever short price it was should.
Well, she wasn't 3 to 5, but
no,
she
but
was
still,
a little
in this
fortunate.
field, as short as she was, maybe you didn't want to go that short, but with the barest of margins she's able to hang on by. But again, yet another trip for Master of the Tunes. Okay, now she had to go wide and was, you know, closing in and almost got there. And the excuses continue for me to keep liking her next time.
But she did run a better race in the winter.
Yes, she
did.
But she usually runs a good race. She just doesn't win that much.
Right, but that doesn't, it's not her fault that the winner got the trip she got.
Absolutely.
Right, I mean, let's put it this way. She wins this race, Master Tunes, if the 2 doesn't drift off the rail and she's not, and Kerry's not able to get out. So that wasn't, maybe bad luck for Master Tunes.
There's always something.
No, there isn't always something.
With
Because she
her,
ran
there
a
is.
remarkable race to win just after the Derby on the weekend
Yeah, her
after the
first
Derby.
win in over a year.
Right, but she's that. So she is the cause of Kerry getting the trip she got? Is that what you're intimating?
No, I'm just saying.
It is what you're intimating.
No, with Master of the Tunes, there is always some reason every single race that she should have won and she didn't.
She ran the best race of anybody here and didn't win. It is what it is, but the winner got lucky.
It just is what it is most of the time, but that's okay.
Okay. Anyway, a lot more action to come. Competitive race in race number 2. We'll be back after a quick break.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Well, as we head back to America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And I'm not saying Carrie's not good, but Acacia, you could talk to winning rider Joel Rosario. He gave a good ride, maybe a little bit lucky though that the inside opened up, but she does get the job coming through as the favorite at 2-1.
And maybe she was lucky in here, Andy, but Joel Rosario is pretty good, as well as Carrie now makes it 2 in a row. And Joel, she's sometimes a little bit of a tricky horse to ride. You kind of have to time things well, but she's settled for you nicely today.
Yeah, she did. She walked really well, and I was able to set up a little behind. She looked like the whole time have a lot of horses. Just still moving really good, and just trying to wait to them for home. Hopefully get through inside there, and it did. The horse can move a little bit of the rail, and then we went for it, so that it worked out really good.
You're just the master of saving ground, and this is a horse that can drift a little bit sometimes too. Talk a little bit about getting her to save ground and getting her to relax in that spot.
Yeah, she seemed today, she didn't mind, there, and looked like she was happy, very responding for me. It looked like she never tried to get out or anything like that. Just, like I said, I was just sitting in the passenger. She did the work.
And how important is that in these turf sprints in particular, getting to save some ground?
Very important, I think it's the shorter way to get the watch. I think it's inside, but it's not always work out that way because, somebody think you're inside there and they'll let you through or stuff like that. But, I think saving ground is very important.
Well, got a nice win today. Congratulations, Joel.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it, Andy. This is the shortest way to the wire.
I knew that. Acacia. $6.30 to win, $7 to place, and Master of the Tunes. Exactly, they paid almost $21 for $1. And then also, to be fair, Sarah, some horses aren't going to be that comfortable going inside of horses, and they're more comfortable rallying outside.
And not all of them will have the acceleration to get you through there if the opportunity does arise for you to have that inside position. So it's not just as though she was as extremely lucky as she looked. She still had to have the ability and the turn of foot to get herself into the right space at the right time.
And Carrie is now 2 for 2 in New York bred races on the turf. And now it's going to get a little tougher for her, though, because she's going to have to face Open Company again in a non-winners of 1, where she has not been quite good enough to win. But she got the job done then. Faith in Humanity, 3 to 5 in the morning line, coming off a layoff. But right now, she's a little bit longer than that. I think, though, by post time, Sarah, she's got to be a heavy favorite.
I think that she just makes a lot of sense on paper, and Joel Rosario looks to have another win for himself in this race coming up, and she's just one that is coming off a little bit of a freshing, but she is already a graded stakes winner.
Do you worry at all that maybe with Traffic Song in there, she won't be as comfortable on the front end, though she has run well rating before?
I think if we had never seen her rate before, it would be much more of a concern than it is just going into it, knowing that she does have the ability to do so and still be successful. But to imagine that she isn't forward in this race would be very silly to assume.
Right. I'm assuming Traffic Song will go, but if she's not aggressive, that Joel can look to be aggressive in there. And if Faith in Humanity is ready and looking at the double price, which is $8 with a $6 horse, I imagine that the last winner was a shorter price, obviously in doubles, but this horse, she will be a very short price.
She will be a likely lean and single for many in any sort of multi-race sequence that you may have played.
And while this isn't a stake race coming up, it's a stakes quality field, especially with a graded stakes for like Faith and Humanity in it. But we ran a stake yesterday in the Jockey Club Oaks, and it was the shipper getting the money, Eternal Hope, for Jamie Spencer, Charlie Appleby, and Godot.
And no real surprise to many in terms of the wagering of this race that a European shipper was able to be successful finishing up that Phillies Turf Triple Series. A little bit of a surprise in how the race was run early on, with an all-out blitz to the front that didn't end up working out, and the Eternal Hope able to close. And how about Nisi Marie up the rail getting second at a bit of a price too?
I feel bad for anybody that bet her. She was a huge price. Was she 14 to 1? I want to say.
I think so. I think around
there. And
just got run down.
Got run down by the favorite, right?
Yep.
It always seems to be that way. And at the end of the day, the Europeans will always have an advantage in these races, this and the Jockey Club Derby for the boys at 11 and 12 furlongs respectively in the fall of their 3-year-old seasons, simply because not just their pedigrees, but also the way they're prepared. They're just more likely to be suited and prepared to run these long races as opposed to us, where we're just not running the 3-year-olds at these long races very often early.
Right, a lot of advantages coming over for these Europeans, and of course they also have more of a breeding operation for longer on the turf than we do here. It's more of a goal overseas for horses, and as you can see, a European Invader has taken all 3 legs of the Fasig-Tipton Fillies Turf Triple.
And no surprise, 10 furlongs, 9.5 furlongs, and 11 furlongs, and it was a very slow race. Let's not dress it up more than it was. It got an 82 buyer figure, and that was probably the highest figure they could possibly have given it. And even the connection set, I think it was Jamie Spencer, or else the assistant trainer, I read saying when somebody said filly and mare turf, which is just insane. I mean, she could run Laston if she'd like, but said, she's going to have to improve and to get to a race like that.
They're realistic about where she belongs.
Yeah, Godolphin doesn't win these races by running them over their heads. They find the right spots. They found one in Canada as well yesterday, but we'll see where the others go forward. And got turf racing coming up next weekend as well, as I believe we are running the Noble Damsel here. We got a lot of New York bred races, the John Hettinger, the Ashley Cole, the Bertram Bongard, and Joseph A. Jimma, one of my favorite races. Looking forward to that action. But the Noble Damsel on the turf. Fluffy Socks. I'm going to say one thing about Fluffy Socks. What was her excuse not to win last time at the Boston Spa?
That she doesn't win that often?
I mean, compare her trip to consumer spending. If consumer spending a trip that she had, she'd have won by 3.
Right. Yeah. No, and she had won in the 2 starts back in the Distaff Turf Mile at Churchill Downs, and a little bit overmatched in the Diana. Didn't get the pace set up either, but the Boston Spa, where she finishes second, Evie Jett's able to save more ground and rally up the rail, but Fluffy Socks, just as far as what she's put together in terms of her resume overall, Evie Jett's is a really good horse, but Fluffy Socks has done quite a bit more on the racetrack overall.
She has. I just thought, when you think of the trouble consumer spending had in there, that Fluffy Socks kind of should have gotten it done there. You're right, she's run very well against some good fields at times, but she does sometimes have a knack of not getting it done. Obviously, the 3-year-old, the turf horses that Chad Brown has, the 3-year-olds, Spray, Surge Capacity, and then the older horses, headed maybe by White Beam, in Italia. I guess in Italia would be the best one, but Technical. A lot of good horses for a lot of turf races this fall.
Where is consumer spending running back? Do you know?
I believe she is running in the E.P. Taylor early in October at Woodbine. Yeah, I believe that she's running 1.25 miles. Prep for the Breeders' Cup. Yeah. She's improved a lot. She was unlucky in that race. You might have noticed her getting blocked, but looking forward to those races and always enjoy the turf races. We have another. Oh, it's all about Chad Brown fillies on the turf, I guess, as Faith in Humanity is making her return. Hasn't been seen since back this winter, actually, down at Gulfstream Park, but she's going to make her long-awaited return just over a 6-month layoff as America's Day at the Races continues.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstream, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
New Vocations is the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country. We started the program in 1992, and we've placed over 7,000 thoroughbreds and standardbreds into loving homes. These horses were coming from 40 different racetracks across the country. We specifically work with owners and trainers who are looking for an aftercare option for their horses retiring. We take in horses from all over the country, as far as California, Florida, New York. Our largest facility is here in Lexington, Kentucky, but we also have facilities in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Louisiana. The racehorses in general are extremely athletic. When they come into our program, we've always been amazed at how much they love to work and they love to have a job. Thoroughbreds, normally when you turn them out, the first thing they want to do when they're turned out in the field is run. It's really amazing to see how so many of them want to run the Kentucky Derby at least 10 times before they stop and start eating grass. And so when they retire from racing, it's important that we keep them active.
Thoroughbreds are naturally athletes. They make tremendous competitors, even in other disciplines. We have horses go on to be successful in dressage, different Western disciplines, eventing, show jumping, you name it. Polo, we have horses who have gone on to do it. So really the sky's the limit for these guys after they're done with their careers on the track. That's really just the beginning for them. And it's a much easier transition for them than people imagine. They just take to it so readily.
So what we've seen over the last 10 years is a huge growth in the number of people, owners and trainers specifically, who truly do care about where their retired racehorses are going when they leave the track. And we have some great supporters, great owners and trainers that have supported our efforts for many, many years because they really do care about their horses.
It's really always good, Sarah, to hear any of the stories about aftercare for thoroughbreds, and I think we've made so many strides as an industry and so many individuals, Acacia extremely involved in it as well, with aftercare. It's nice to hear these stories. New Vocations certainly doing a great job.
Always it's nice to hear where these horses are going and that they're able to live out the rest of their days comfortably, and that bigger operations are taking the initiative to support that as well and really put some dollars into making sure these thoroughbreds have a good home when they're done racing.
No question about it. As we move along in today's show, and we have Faith in Humanity coming back off of that layoff, and Faith in Humanity won the Pebbles here last year. In fact, beat Gina Romantica, and you know, don't take it lightly. Gina Romantica came back and in her next start beat McCulloch to win the Grade 1 QE2 at Keeneland.
And her only loss actually to Gina Romantica as well in the start prior to that.
Oh, that's right. That's a very good call.
Yeah.
Risk averse.
Yeah.
Where she was close to a pretty fast pace. And she's shown, I mean, she's shown it's not like she needs to get these absolute crawls. Obviously, it was a slow pace in here, but she was good. But the question is, coming off a layoff, Chad Brown usually very good off layoffs, and our man Richard Migliori, he's down in the paddock to let us know. How's Faith in Humanity looking?
Well, thanks, Andy. And, talk about faith. Usually you have a lot of faith in Chad Brown off the layoff. But I have to be honest with you, for a Chad Brown runner, Faith in Humanity's coat isn't as glowing or resplendent as you come to expect a Chad Brown runner. She looks fit. I don't think, that's an issue. I don't have a reference point, so maybe this is the way she always looks, but honestly, she doesn't have the greatest coat going on here, and I don't know if that makes her vulnerable or not at a short price. It does make me take pause. Just a kind of a dryness to her coat that I don't see normally in a Chad Brown runner. So maybe there are some questions here. A horse that continues to hold her condition, and I think projects to get the kind of trip she needs to be successful is the 2 Messidor. I like what I'm seeing from her, and I think she could catch ample pace here to help set up a run. I think she got put in an unenviable position last time of having to attend or, basically be up closer to the pace, where I think she just wants to settle and make one run. I think from the inside, she's going to work out that nice kind of inside pocket trip, if you will. The other Christophe Comant horse, the 4 A Day in Asia, she looks like a sprinter, and all she's done her whole life is sprint. And I just wonder if she gets away cleanly, because when she was running in Europe, she didn't break particularly well most of the time, but she's been better here in the States. If she breaks clean, I think she's actually going to be a part of the pace here. I think she is a sprinter trying to stretch out, and I think she'll be on the keen side, if you will. And then a horse trying the turf for the first time is the 6 Favor. Now, she's a half to Gulfport. I don't think her pedigree screams turf by any means, but from a physical perspective, she really does look like a turf horse. She's got that wide dinner plate kind of foot that we talk about, and the wide, longer, slacker pasterns, and she does have a work on the turf, so I'm assuming she showed Todd Pletcher enough to give her a try on it. And from a physical perspective, I do think she'll handle it very well.
Thanks, Richie. Appreciate that. See what happens as Favor's trying the turf. Feels like a little bit to me, though, with Favor that Todd Pletcher is finally going, okay, she can't win the conditions she has left in the dirt. Let's see if she's a turf horse. But she has enough pedigree maybe to handle it.
It's not necessarily screaming turf. The dam ran 3 times on the dirt. Only the Grand Dam stopped traffic. Did at least win on grass twice, though sprinting. Wow. She is the first of her siblings to try the turf. You know, when you try to make a case for some of these horses appreciating the grass, you try to go back and really sort of bolster your argument. There just isn't a ton there.
But Stop Traffic was a monstrous talent who actually originally was trained by Rick Schosberg, broke her maiden at Belmont Park for Rick. She ended up with Richard Mandel out in California, and she's also been a great producer as well. Yeah, she was so good that she won 204 turf races, but she was a dirt horse.
There was also no reason to keep her on the grass, just as you mentioned. She was talented as is on the dirt.
Yeah, she was a good horse who could kind of do anything. But, you know, it's like, oh, hey, you're the Nile.
Nice to know.
So Faith in Humanity, Joel Rosario looking for 2 straight.
And I like when he's on speed horses, especially on the turf. That just really simplifies things, and she can sit off if need be.
Can Messidor be the upsetter in this race? Christophe Clement and Javier Castellano.
You know that she's not going to be one that's forward early. She hasn't hit the board in quite some time. She was 3rd place finish as the favorite in the Noble Damsel last year.
They're going to try to stretch out a day in Asia. Christophe Clement as well with Kendra Carmouche.
It's the first time she's going long in her 21 race career, a 7-time winning sprinter in Europe.
The number 5, Traffic Song, Potential Speed, Jimmy Toner and Jose Ortiz.
And Timeform US does project her to be the one in front early, so perhaps a thorn in the side of your favorite.
The 6 Favor.
As we mentioned, trying this surface for the first time, like what Richie said, that she at least physically looks like she'll appreciate it.
And then OK Honey, who would be a massive upsetter filling out the field on the outside.
This will be her 75th career start, but only 3 of those have been on the turf so far.
I have mad love for her. She is absolutely one of my favorite horses.
Really?
I just like her, yeah. I mean, she doesn't obviously not competitive in this spot, but yeah, I think she's a cool horse. She's a hard-trying horse. I have a big affinity for her.
She showed a little bit of sign of life at a big price a couple starts ago. 9-1.
No, she's a cool horse, and she'll show up with a decent race. It's just a little bit difficult to see her getting it done in here. $200 deposit match bonus for new customers over at Naira Bets. Head on over to nairabets.com and use the promo code MATCH200. And we will match the $200 of your initial deposit. Play any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets. So we're taking a look at my friend OK Honey.
Does she know that she's your friend?
Probably not, but she probably.
Maybe Richie can tell her.
She probably couldn't care less, frankly. So, Faith in Humanity. I'm taking a small shot to beat her, but I don't know. I feel like the 3 coming out, taken to the cleaners, takes out another potentially forward-placed horse, and it means she's either going to be in front or she's going to be stalking comfortably.
Right, and with taking it to the cleaners, you maybe wondered if she was going to quite class up, but you at least knew that she was a horse that was going to be forwardly placed early. Really with her, it's just a question of whether or not she's ready off of the layoff, because if she is, she's going to be too much for this field.
And it's very unusual that Chad Brown brings a horse off a layoff that's not ready. I mean, if anything, they do best off of layoff. So it's a fool's errand to bet against a Chad Brown horse simply because of the layoff. Now, my hope was that maybe the pace would make it a little tougher for her, and Messidor draws well on the rail, and I think the last race, the horses that were on the inside did really well. And a horse who lost some ground on the outside, California Queen, came back with a somewhat impressive odd win in her next start. So maybe Messidor losing ground in there and saving ground. I took a shot with her to beat the favorite, but it's a bit of a stab.
Do you think it's more the company that she's been keeping lately versus her kind of tailing off form from the sort of races she was running around this time last year?
Well, I think it's a question you have to ask yourself as to what kind of races she's most suited to. Originally, I thought she was more of a sprinter type, but then she ran her best races going longer, particularly that race at Saratoga last summer. So then you say, well, maybe she's just not really suited to those sprinters. And let's be honest, she was 11-1 and 18-1 in those races, so it's not like she was expected to do well. And last time out, she was a bit against it in the flow of the race. And I just feel like with the draw here, she's going to get her best opportunity. She just might not be good enough.
Right. That was kind of how I felt about her. I think that you want this pace to heat up a little bit for her. And you could make the argument that maybe she's been facing some better horses lately. And, you know, she went from a graded stakes to some of the listed stakes, back to a graded stakes, not really given her best opportunity to showcase what she can do. But I also worry a little bit that she's not quite the same horse that she was around the summer of last year.
At the end of the day, even if she runs her better race, it's not clear she can beat Faith in Humanity.
Oh, because if she runs her better race, she's going to win.
I agree. Richie, have any other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, no doubt that Faith in Humanity is the horse to beat. Honestly, I'm just surprised that she doesn't look better. And maybe, again, this isn't out of character for her. I don't know. I don't have notes on her. But I would have a hard time backing her at her short price just because I really feel like her coat doesn't look good. She just, I mean, there's no other way to put it. It just looks a little bit dry, a little bit turned. And maybe, again, that's not out of character for her. But for me, I'm going to go with the 2 Messidor because I think she projects a good trip and she's kind of held her condition and her overall general health looks good. I liked the 6 Favor in the paddock because I do think from a physical perspective, she should handle the turf well. And I love the way she warmed up. And I'm very interested in her as well as a potential upset or trying something for the first time. You got a very short price horse. I agree with you, Andy. It's difficult to bet against a Chad Brown runner, particularly off layoffs. He's just so good at preparing his horses. I'm just not enamored with her physically.
Yeah, thanks, Richie. My point is more, don't bet against a Chad Brown turf ratter because you think the horse might need a race off the layoff, because that's rarely the case. You might have other reasons to bet against them, but I wouldn't use that as one of my reasons, because it's just very rare they're not ready.
No, he has good numbers getting his horses to come back fresh and ready to roll off of a layoff. And just as you said, if you like other horses in this spot or you don't like certain things about this favorite and Richie not loving how she looks physically, those are reasons to bet against, especially at 4 to 5, but the break, perhaps not one of them.
Yeah. One of the things that Acacia was just pointing out to me is that Faith in Humanity is a horse that's never looks that great in the paddock. So I think it's just one of the things, and in fairness to Richie, he's not in the paddock that much, so he doesn't have the same kind of situation where Acacia and Maggie are in the paddock a lot.
They have notes to look back on. They know a little bit more about what's normal for certain horses. So I think that knowing that now and seeing what he's seeing and being aware that that's how she usually is, that's more of a relief than thinking that this is abnormal for her.
The most important thing when talking about any horse physically is talking about it in relation to how it looks in the past. There's some horses that wash out every race, and it doesn't matter. There's some horses that never seem to sway in hot days, and they still run well. You've got to know how horses' temperaments. They all have very different ones.
It's like if someone tells you every day that you look tired, but you always look kind of tired. It's just who you are.
I am tired. I had trouble sleeping last night. I went to bed
Really?
early. I woke up at 2.
My neighbors were having a party last night. I actually slept on the couch in the living room, so I
Really?
didn't have to hear
They
it.
didn't invite you?
No, but it's okay.
Really?
I'll forgive them.
Oh, it's kind of disappointing.
I just moved in. It's okay.
They don't know yet.
No, they don't know
yet to invite you.
To not invite or to invite.
It's good to hear as they head out of the gate. This is an interesting race. And listen, when you have a horse like Faith Humanity coming back, you're instantly looking at it as sort of a stakes quality field because she's in there. But I mean, Messidor has run competitively. She was third in the Noble Damsel last year. She's run well in them. So this is a very tough race. And Favor, who's a horse who ran okay in some dirt stakes, I mean, who knows? Maybe she ultimately will be a turf horse. And if that's the case and she moves forward on it, she belongs in the race as well.
And out of anyone training, don't you want it to be Todd Pletcher coming up with these horses that don't necessarily seem like turf horses that switch over successfully? First-time turf, 3-year-olds and up, allowance horses. He's 8 for 41, 20% with a $2.95 ROI past 5 years. The most recent winner being up to the mark.
With what? First time on the grass?
3-year-olds and up, allowance races, first time on the grass.
All right. I like to look at Todd's stats at Naira as opposed to other tracks as well, and up to the mark, obviously, is he back in training?
I think so.
I hope he is, because he
That was
could
the right horse to
salvage
put on the turf.
he could salvage what is a very dreary overall older bunch of horses on the turf, the males. And he obviously was, from what we saw in the Manhattan, the Turf Classic, clearly the best of the ones we've seen. As we see the favorite, Faith and Humanity, going into the gate, let's head upstairs to race caller John and Brielle.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a hesitant beginning for number 4, A Day in Asia. A good beginning for Faith and Humanity, who was right out for the early lead. And then Traffic Song running in second. Favor is next in third. A Day in Asia has advanced up into fourth after that slow start. And then it's Messidor and OK Honey trails the field in sixth as they race around the clubhouse turn. And it is the odds-on favorite. Faith in Humanity by almost a length. Traffic Song runs in second, the opening quarter 23-3 over the firm turf. Faith in Humanity takes the field up the backstretch, leads by a half length. Traffic Song on the outside, second by 2.5 lengths. And Favor is third by 3. Then A Day in Asia racing in fourth, another 3 lengths to Messidor. OK Honey is at the back. Up front, it's Faith in Humanity by a length and a quarter. Half mile, 47 seconds. Faith in Humanity is the leader. Traffic Song is in second, and Favor is next in third as they head around the far turn. Faith in Humanity by a half length. Traffic Song remains in second. Then comes Favor, followed by A Day in Asia. Messidor is on the move on the outside. 3/4, 111. The field is in the stretch. It is Faith in Humanity. Here comes Messidor on the outside. A Day in Asia's in between horses. Here is Messidor and A Day in Asia. And now it's between those two. Favor moves to third. Faith in Humanity drops out of it. They're coming on for the finish. It is Messidor. And on the inside, A Day in Asia. A photo finish in race 3 here at Aqueduct.
It was Messidor getting the job done as the race came apart in the late stages. Messidor, the 2 Clement horses hitting the wire together. It looks like Messidor gets the win for Javier Castellano over Kendrick Carmouche in A Day in Asia. Something seemed to go wrong with the number 1, Faith in Humanity, Sarah, as it didn't appear that Joel Rosario was even persevering with her as she ended up finishing last.
No, I think that not only did the pace take a toll on both horses that were forwardly placed early and come apart in the later stages of this race, but I think that something must have been amiss because he started pulling her up, so hoping for the absolute best there. But Messidor finding herself in the winner's circle again, and I guess A Day in Asia, the right call to stretch this one out in distance because she'd run quite well in Europe sprinting, and this was the first time she was getting to go a route of ground, and it worked out.
It did work out. And the Faith in Humanity, I see her jogging back, fine. She's leading the group actually in the backstretch, coming back. But clearly Joelle felt something was going wrong. I don't know if she was making a noise of some kind. I don't know if it's a bleeding issue of some sort. But it's very clear. I mean, you said it to me first. I mean, Joel asked her a little bit there. But I mean, look, watch him right here on the inside.
He had nothing.
He's easing her at this point, and this is not what Joel does. I mean, clearly he felt it was something amiss.
Yes, so good that he was able to realize that and make sure that she got home safely. And from our vantage point, she is still doing just fine out there. So good to know.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I guess the most important thing is to protect him in those situations. She clearly was not going to win that race. But Messidor gets it done. Christophe Clement runs 1-2, and he continues where he left off in Saratoga. Because so much attention was being paid to the Linda Rice-Chad Brown battle, I don't think we noticed how many races the Clements were winning the last week or so at the meet, because they finished incredibly strong.
Oh, they had a tremendous meet throughout, and really another barn that was spotting their horses very well and able to pick up not only a couple of maiden winners that were very nice, but a couple of stakes horses as well, a couple New York bred stakes horses too. I think they had a couple of wins on that New York bred showcase day.
They had three wins that day. That crazy performance from New Guinea.
Yes,
she looked like somebody shot her out of a cannon. A lot more to go, but Messidor, she adds a little potential price play to your pick 5, as we saw the favorite in the second, but we saw a mild upset in the first, and Messidor getting it done here. Javier Castellano getting the perfect ride to get it done in today's third, as America's Day at the Races will continue.
is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
Ran them off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Sarah El-Badwi and Andy Serling holding down the fort up here. Richard Migliori down in the paddock on a gorgeous day here in South Ozone Park as Messidor, the house horse, coming in for the Blue Devil Racing Stable, getting it done. Christophe Clement as well, and Javier Castellano continues a fine year.
Just riding so incredibly well and making all the right decisions, not only in the big stakes races, but from a day-to-day basis. He had a great aggressive ride in winning the opener yesterday and a very patient ride getting Messidor home in here.
And Max jingles as you get 890 on the win end as Javier standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Andy. And Javier, just a really well-timed ride with Messidor. She appears to be a mare that has a bit of a short run, and you got to time it well. And am I correct in that assessment?
Absolutely, Richie. I like the horse. That's what she does. It's kind of European horse. She like to cover up a little bit, save all the ground, be patient with her, and she has short move. If you use a little bit early in the first stage in the race, she's not going to give it to you. You have to be patient, right, with a lot of patience to give it that kick.
Yeah, last time there was no pace on, and she kind of got caught in a position where she's chasing a little bit. But today, with enough pace, that's her real best trip.
Absolutely. I like the way he developed the race today. I like the way he set it up. A lot of speed in the race. The horse in front, from the front running, they went pretty quick at pace, and he able to set it up. The horse come from behind. I like the way she finished. Very successful horse.
All right, so you get it done here. You win a photo finish, and you're done for the day. What are you going to do with the rest of your Sunday?
I enjoy with my family, watch the kids, play the games, play the sport. You know, my little boy, he plays soccer, and the girl too, and the oldest, she has match, tennis, 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, that's fantastic. Great family day. But for you trainers out there, you got a guy here riding maybe better than anybody in the country, and he's done in the third race? I don't know about that.
I don't know what to say. You know, I'm envious. He wants to come up here. He can hang
I
out
would love
here.
to hang out with
I'll go
Javi.
home and play with the kids.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You're a good babysitter to have around?
No, I'm really not. I'm past my babysitting days. My best years of babysitting are behind me. But it's nice to see Javier get the win and the Clements as well. And it's interesting, one of the reasons people are wondering why we're seeing so many interviews with jockeys, with the Keeneland sales starting the week after we come back from Saratoga, very few of our trainers are even on the grounds. Most of them are being saddled by their assistants.
It's not just that we don't want to hear from them.
I don't want to hear from Christophe Clement, frankly. I'd rather hear from Javier as well. But that's one of the reasons this first week you don't see a lot of trainers there. The Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day is coming up next, and appears to be, at least on the board, a one-horse race or a one-entry race as the 1A Catherine Wheel, the one they're probably betting, though both cost a lot of money, first-time starters for Chad Brown. Catherine the Wheel, a heavy, heavy favorite, especially with the scratch, Sarah, of the two Audacious.
Well, it seemed like the logical alternative to the short-priced entry, because that was a horse for Todd Pletcher that figured to take some money and did work fairly well with the horse Candide that did actually beat Catherine Wheel on debut, so perhaps one to keep an eye out for next time. Will not be playing today. It's an interesting race, though, if you get past the short-priced favorites.
I just don't know really where else to go, but we will talk about it a little bit more. We'll take a quick break, come back with a lot more action. We're actually moving ahead to the Pick 6. Pick 6 will kick off in race number 4. We're also going to hear a little bit more from the Ortiz brothers.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Gunrunner. Breed true. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So much more action to come. But before we get to some more racing action, let's talk a little bit about the Ortiz brothers. They are extraordinarily competitive on the racetrack. As anybody knows, Irad Ortiz fights very, very hard to win races, and he and Jose have a very, very competitive rivalry on the racetrack. But off the racetrack as brothers, they're extremely close, and two people that can learn a lot from each other, both professionally and personally.
Every single sport that we play, we compete. We play this game every day.
Who do you think is gonna be the winner there? We never face each other against each other. We never did.
Like now.
Like now, yeah. Energy de qué? Energy de qué? First of all, it's very fun to share your success with your brother. We spend together more than 15 hours a day.
We know how to manage business and life, real life, so that's pretty good. When we understand that, we have a line right there, He's perfect.
Despite how close the brothers are, sometimes their competitive nature lends itself to some tense moments.
We've been very heated moments. We curse a lot and say a lot about words in Spanish.
When we was younger, we never throw punches, but we've been so close.
We don't talk about races before the race runs.
It's fun.
Ira is very quiet, like he cannot say nothing. It's like on his own, and
I don't want to know anything about his thing.
yeah, it's very fun when you can outsmart the competition. I have to think how he thinks to try to beat him. It's very hard to a rider like Ira try to read his mind before he does it because he's so unpredictable. He's one of the best, and I think he has made me better.
Sometimes I came over to Jose, what you will do different if you ride the race again? He say, nothing. I say, are you sure? Because I have another mind. I see something different that probably he don't see. It's like the same thing happened to me.
While the brothers push each other to be better riders on the track, Arad credits Jose with making him the man he wants to be away from it.
He used to be too on the muscle, like too keen, and I tell him he need to calm down and think before he do things and say things. He start winning like crazy and start winning all the Eclipse Awards. And I told him just, my job is to keep you grounded and keep you doing the right thing.
As a person, I think he made me better. He's so good at some things that I'm not. So I try to get whatever I can get of him to make me better in that part of the racetrack.
He's been working, so he's been doing a lot better, become a better person, a better father, better son, and everything. So it's nice to see that.
Always gonna have him. He's my brother, he's my blood. I love him.
They've done pretty well, these two, actually. And Irad arrived on the scene first, and Jose came in as an apprentice. I always remember the MIG saying to me, when Irad was doing so well, he said, you know, his brother just started to ride. I think he was riding a bit of Parks to begin. And Richie saying to me, he might be every bit as good as his brother. He's very, very good, and the two of them are just tremendous riders.
They are. It's quite the dynamic duo, both of them. And for anybody that has the notion that they don't want to compete with each other, that they help each other out, this is something that you, Andy, and I talk about quite a bit. You can tell on the racetrack that that is just not the case. They both want to win.
The same people that criticize Irad Ortiz for being overly aggressive to win races, then say helps his brother to win, they don't really jive. Irad wants to win as much as any rider I've ever seen. Irad has the mount on the favored half of the entry, the 1A Catherine Wheel, where Jose Ortiz, his brother, has the mount on probably the second likeliest winner, the 8 value area.
Right. This is a horse that debuted against Ways and Means and has quite a bit of pedigree on the dam side, of course, as well, with her Smile having won, I think, the Prioress.
She's a Bobby Flay horse.
Yes, yep. And then she's also the dam of Pink Sands, who was pretty good as well.
Sugar McGay horse, a closing sprinter as well, and this one was involved in a pretty tepid pace first time out, but she lost the very impressive Ways and Means. But Catherine Wheel down in the paddock, and I think we're heading down to Richie. Is that correct? Is he waiting eagerly for us?
Yep, guys, I'm sorry, I didn't take the throw very well, did I? Let's talk about the entry here, the Chad Brown runners, the one Martingale and the horse that got experience and ran extremely well on debut, the 1A Catherine Wheel. They look splendid. They look the way I come to expect Chad Brown horses to look. They just, their coats are really rich and hydrated and making a nice impression. Both the first-time starter and the horse that's run. I just like what I'm seeing from both of them, and they, again, very well prepared. The 4-horse, and it was interesting enough, I'm talking about the 2 Chad Brown runners, a future Hall of Famer in Chad Brown, and a current Hall of Famer in Bill Mott's 2 runners, the 4, Montego Bay, daughter of Speightstown, making a really nice impression. Like the way she is conducting herself. She just got a real nice look to her. Honestly, probably better from a mental standpoint with a race under her belt, as the same with the 5, Matagora Bay. I probably prefer her just a little bit of the 2, but I like both of them. I just think they're making a nice impression. They're not taking any money. I think the 4, Montego Bay, probably will be better for a race physically and mentally, and I do think the 5 maybe looks just a touch fitter, Matagorda Bay. But another one, just kind of that laid-back demeanor. We saw Bill Mott run two-year-olds yesterday. Both ran good seconds on debut, and I could see both of these girls having a say in how this race plays out. I just like the way they look. The entry is going to be very tough to beat, particularly the 1A Catherine Wheel, but these two at big prices, I think we'll outrun their odds, guys.
Thanks, Richie. Always appreciate it. And it's a case of trying to find alternatives. And the reality is, unless there's a pretty good 2-year-old firster in here, the 1A Catherine Wheel runs back to this debut, and she's going to win.
Right, exactly. And she's a horse that she finishes second here to Candide, who is a different Todd Pletcher firster that got a wide trip that day and was able to just run her down. But she was just so professional on debut. She was able to settle a little bit behind horses before claiming the lead, and she opened up quite a bit. It was a long, long way back to the 3rd place finisher, who was actually the favorite in there, Money Rocket. So an educational debut as well. It got a decent Beyer speed figure, a 74. You could just tell that there was a lot of professionalism and talent with her, and I think that you're completely right. It was going to take some sort of decent first-time starter that is not really taking any money whatsoever right now, or that there's no story on, in order to defeat her.
Well, I mean, there's two things going on. One of the reasons she's 1-9 is that she's obviously ran well in her debut, and she's, to be honest with you, are you so sure that the plain 1 might not be a very relatively short price in this field had she been running alone, because she cost a lot of money, and I mean, I don't know if she's good, but she's a Chad Brown firster, a Curlin, it cost a lot of money, and I also think that none of the firsters are live on the board at all.
No, and there isn't some sort of giant pedigree to recommend. And the horse that we have already discussed that would have taken some money in a spot like this ended up scratching. So that's why you have the horses that are taking a short price right now as the entry.
Wake Up Lauren, a homebred, going out for Rick Dutrow first time out. See what happens. A couple of Bill Mott runners. You usually kind of assume the better Bill Mott is the one that Junior Alvarado's on, as he's more his go-to rider. But that one has a big turf pedigree, but Richie had some good things to say. We'll see what happens. Catherine Wheel, a very likely winner. As far as Naira Bets, head on over to nairabets.com. If you're not a member, no better time in the present. Use the promo code MATCH200, and we'll match to $200 of your initial deposit. Play any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets as the horses are getting ready and taking a look at. That's Irad Ortiz and Flavien Prat getting together and getting ready to get some instructions from, I'm assuming, Chad Brown's assistant, as I am fairly confident he's still in Kentucky.
Yeah, he's not around, but I'm sure both of them don't need a ton of instructions in order to figure out what to do with each of their mounts. This is a horse that's not taking any money at all. That does have a little bit of experience. Althena was facing some restricted company, though, and now this is a much tougher field.
I think we can pretty much clearly say that Althena would be a massive upset, and then probably key a pick 6 carryover if she were able to get it done, unless we saw a lot of 1-5 shots winning the other races.
I'd agree.
Yeah, I mean, obviously value area. You know she has speed for Todd Pletcher, and she ran into a monster first time. It wasn't that fast a pace that she ran in, but she ran well enough that she shouldn't be completely discounted. We saw Todd Pletcher, second-time starter, improve dramatically to win yesterday's first race and get a 94 Beyer.
And a lot of horses had come out of that Seize the Grey Dornoch race and done quite a bit better for themselves. Global Perspective came back to win. A couple of others that had run in that race as well. Drum Roll Please came back and ran second to Locked and improved his Beyer speed figure quite a bit. So horses coming out of that race have done better for themselves moving forward.
Except for the winner, who didn't really.
And the second place finisher didn't win, but he came back and ran
he
second.
improved about 5 Beyer points, finishing second in stake, and that was Dornoch, the half to Mage for Danny Gargan, and who debuted up in Saratoga with the second place finish, as you're pointing out. The winner, I think, just was a little sluggish out of the gate for Wayne Lucas. Seized the Day. Gray ran in that off the turf Skidmore. Yep. It was one wire to wire and just didn't have the speed really coming out of the gate as horses are making their way out to the racetrack for race number 4, which does kick off our pick 6. No carryover in today's pick 6. The 1, Martingale. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat.
The dam was more turf and synthetic. This is her first foal, but she's a half to a winner of the Grade 2 Best Pal Runaway, who won his first 3 starts.
The 1A Catherine Wheel, the one they're betting off the debut, I read Ortiz.
Just makes a lot of sense, very professional on debut, and even just a minor step forward or a repeat of that performance makes her a very logical winner in here.
Wake Up Lauren, the firster, Jose Gomez riding for Rick Dutrow.
The dam herself went 0 for 11, 6 seconds and 2/3. One half sibling is 1 for 8 so far.
Montego Bay, Bill Mott, Jose Lizcano.
$400,000 Keeneland September yearling sale purchase. Dam was a 3-time winner.
Cheaper purchase price for the 5-horse Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado.
And perhaps wants grass in the future. The dam ran 7 times on turf, yet to produce a debut winner, but is a half to Stunning Sky, a Grade 3 winner on turf.
All the Ernestines out there are betting on Ringy Dingy, Danny Gargan and Katie Davis.
Speed and fade performance on debut in a race won by Ollie's Beach for Tom Amos.
A long shot Althena goes out for Jennifer Paragallo.
A horse that has run a couple of times but would need to take a significant step forward.
And rounding out the field is the 8 value area, Todd Pletcher and Jose Ortiz teaming up.
We've talked about the pedigree for this one. Could take another step forward second time out after finishing third 2 Ways and Means.
Yeah, and the entry continues to be a heavy favorite. They've drifted up to 1-4, which means 250 or 260 as we bring another member of the team on for race number 4, kicking off the pick 6. Let's get much more from Jonathan Kinchin down in Texas.
Andy, this is the first time you've ever introduced me, I think. I enjoyed it. It was nice. Yeah, look, this reminds me a little bit of the turf race we saw yesterday in race 6, that was, where Ever So Sweet had run previously up at Saratoga, showed a ton of speed, showed a ton of talent, and was unlucky in winning. Now, look, there's a bunch of first-time starters you can try to get cute with, you can try to get interested with, but if Catherine Wheel takes a step forward and even runs that race that she ran first time out, the rest of them are running for second. So it's just one of those situations when you look to a first-time starter in situations like this, I feel like you're guessing. Now, that's fine. There's no problem with guessing in a situation like this when there's a horse who's bet to 1-5, and I don't think that the chances absolutely represent 1-5. But I do think that Catherine Wheel is the most likely winner. In a multi-race situation, I don't need anyone else but Catherine Wheel, because if someone else beats me, in my opinion, for the way that I would look at the race, I would be almost hoping or guessing that that could happen. A horse like Catherine Wheel is supposed to take another step forward off of a second start, and the way that they ran first time out was a winning performance, just like we saw yesterday with Ever So Sweet. So, sorry, nothing original here, the 1A, Catherine Wheel.
You know, Jonathan, I don't know. Maybe it was as good for me as it was for you. I think that may have been the first time I introduced you. That was pretty exciting. I hope I did well. I feel I bridged it better than Greg did yesterday. I really did, Jonathan. Don't you think I did?
Look, it was one of the most exhilarating introductions I've ever been a part of, and I'm very thankful for it.
Well, at least I didn't question where you were coming from. You know, I was pretty much on top of your location, and frankly, for me, I thought that was quite a bit. But
I feel like a third wheel.
No, you're not a third wheel. You're one of the wheels. There are many wheels on this car. In fact, you're a wheel that's coming off in a few minutes. You'll be leaving us right after this race. We'll go to the 4th wheel, the MiG.
Yeah, I'm probably the only flat tire amongst this group. But listen, looking at both of Chad Brown's runners here, the first-time starting Martingale as well as Catherine Wheel, they just made beautiful impressions on the racetrack. Catherine Wheel, especially for having a race under her belt, what you look for a horse that ran so big first time is how they reacted to the race. Some horses, it shakes them up. It rattles them a little bit, and they're more nervous or worked up. She just seems to have a really, really good mind. And what makes a really good horse? Well, it's not just their physical abilities, it's also the mental aspect of it, how they handle the game. And Catherine Wheel just seems like she had a really good experience first time, and I think there's potential for her to take a step forward. And her last race is certainly more than good enough to win, but I do think you might even see a better performance today. First time starter that did not catch my eye, but definitely elevated on the racetrack was the 3 Wake Up Lauren. I love the way she framed up under Jose Gomez. Just really made a nice kind of bowed her head and kind of her energy level amped up. And she almost looked like she got bigger. And you know, daughter of Malibu Moon, just made a nice impression. And the 6-horse Ringy Dingy, who did take money first time, did show speed and stop. She looked fantastic on the racetrack. I love the way she galloped up. She stayed with the pony with Katie Davis, but, you know, a filly that showed so much speed, probably a little bit rambunctious anyway, but a horse, again, didn't grab my attention in the paddock. elevated on the racetrack, but they all got one big problem, and that's the Chad Brown entry, particularly the 1A, Catherine Wheel.
Thanks, Richie. Be interesting to see what happens with the other half of the entry, the 1 Martingale. And you know Catherine Wheel is pretty good. It doesn't mean, listen, they necessarily have to win, but I think it'll take a pretty decent first-time starter to beat her.
Right. I would be surprised if we don't see something at least reminiscent of what kind of performance she was able to put together first time out. And I think that's something that ends up winning here. As you can see, all 4 wheels of this establishment going with Catherine Wheel.
Yeah, I guess the one thing, if you want a knock, and we saw this a lot in the 2-year-old stakes in Saratoga. Impressive maiden winners coming back in those stakes, and so many of them not running back to their races. And while she didn't win, she ran a winning race. And I think the biggest concern is sometimes these 2-year-olds, even very good ones, will come back and sort of throw in a clunker second time out.
I think that's definitely valid to bring up. And if you're going to take such a short price on her with her entry made, it's worth considering. I will say, though, at least for some of them, they did come back in stakes races that were perhaps more a function of dynamics. We saw a complete pace collapse in the Hopeful. So perhaps anybody that was up close to that, you upgrade them for next time.
No, listen, I'm just, the point to make with short-priced horses, especially ones you're not betting against, or if you want to bet against them, is you have to ask yourself, why could this horse possibly be vulnerable? And I think the vulnerability for Catherine Wheel is not in the race she ran. It's whatever concern you may or maybe you don't have that she doesn't run back to the kind of effort she put in first time out.
Yeah.
Because if she takes a step back, she still may win. But she probably needs to run reasonably well. I don't know. Maybe there's nobody here that can run.
Yeah, it's possible. A horse that I think could run a little bit better is the 6 Ringy Dingy, who we touched on briefly. This horse did show some speed in her debut race before fading. She's got the pedigree to be okay, as she's actually a full sibling to the Grade 1 winner, Defunded, who we know of from the West Coast. And those are horses in that race that some of them have come back to improve quite a bit. Always Beach running 4th in the Spinaway. Life Talk, she improved second time out. Even the 4th place finisher, Waskazoo, improved.
There's an argument looking at the way horses run back from that race, that 38 came back a little on the light side. And sometimes 6.5 furlong figs can be difficult to make one way or the other. They're tricky distances that aren't run that often. John Imbriao with the call of race number 4, kicking off the pick 6.
Value area, stepping up to the gate. And these 2-year-old maiden fillies are set to go. Race 4. And they're off. Very slow start for number 3, Wake Up Lauren, and she trails. Catherine Wheel away well. And Matagora Bay is right there. Montego Bay is now moving on through. Value areas on the far outside. 4 of them across the track. Martingale just off the front runners, and alongside is Ringy Dingy. Then it's 3 lengths back to Althena, and 5 more back to the slow starting Wake Up Lauren. Now it's a 3-way battle up front. In between horses, Matagora Bay. On the outside, it is Value Area. Montego Bay is now back running in 3rd. Catherine Wheel is on the move now from 4th. Ringy Dingy is on the outside. A break of 4 back to Martingale. The quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. And it is Value Area who has come away with the lead now. Matagora Bay is down at the rail. And then comes Ringy Dingy. Catherine Wheel is being asked for more and not responding. The half in 46 and 1. On the inside, it's Value Area. On the outside, it's Ringy Dingy. Ringy Dingy with a narrow lead. Value Area continues to battle on. Catherine Wheel is in 3rd. Ringy Dingy rings it up here at odds of 12 to 1. And then Value Area and the favorite Catherine Wheel.
Well, that was a bit of a strange race as Catherine Wheel appeared to be dropping back badly, and she's galloped out, as you can see, past everybody. But it was Ringy Dingy getting the job done. Katie Davis and Danny Gargan.
I always like to see Katie Davis be successful, and she had such a promising Saratoga meet, but a very oddly run race from Catherine Wheel, because you and I were both saying at this point that she was done and she had nothing left to offer. And you could see Irad trying to get after her a little bit, and then she ends up rallying to almost get second. So just a very odd performance from her in here.
No, I don't get it at all, but it was experience. Ran 1, 2, 3. Just not necessarily, Richie, the ones that most of us expected.
I really think this is a prime example. When you go back and watch this replay, Ringy Dingy with Katie Davis had Catherine Wheel kind of pinned in inside of her, and I just think Catherine Wheel got very uncomfortable with the kickback and not being happy being in tight for so long. And then she kind of spit the bit, dropped back, and then when he was able to kind of get in a more comfortable position where she wasn't getting dirt thrown in her face, she settled again and put in a second run. I really think if she had been able to get in a more comfortable position, it would have been a different result. But I think it was just good, clean, old-fashioned race riding on Katie Davis's part with a live mount and Ringy Diggy that kind of created that trip for the favorite.
You know, I wanted to ask you, obviously it's not easy for Irad in this situation, breaking inside, but do you think Irad would have been better off just being more aggressive early and not getting in behind horses because the horse wasn't top in the beginning of the race?
Yeah, you know, it's just such a tough situation to be in, Andy, because you're on a big favorite, and you look over and you see 3 or 4 horses that are you know, going to battle for the lead, and you say, well, I don't want to get caught in a duel, and you back out. I mean, it didn't work out this time, but I understand the thought process behind it. You just didn't want to get in a position where you had to use your horse too much, and then ultimately maybe that would have been the right decision, but as we say, hindsight's always 20/20.
100%. No, 100%. It's easy to look at, and he did seemingly get her in a good spot, but that was odd. If Catherine Wheel had finished 6th, you would have said, well, she backed up, she didn't run a race today, but she actually probably ran a winning race for whatever reason. It didn't work out.
Right.
Horse racing.
And I'm glad that you asked Richie that question because I kind of had the same one. If he had just been more aggressive with her and kept her in the clear out of kickback, if she would have run a little bit better and sort of continued her rally throughout instead of dropping back and then coming again. But I understand not wanting to make the wrong decision with such a heavy favorite.
Yeah, no, and I'm not trying to be critical, more a question about it. And I'm sure walking back, Irad's thinking to himself, maybe I should have just gone on with it. But it's easy to say that now because it's a frustrating beat. As long as, Chris Griffin is in the vicinity.
He's lurking.
You're done.
I'm out.
That was a lot of fun.
It was
Thanks
a good
for
time.
joining us. We'll do it again, I'm sure.
We probably will.
Sarah's leaving us, but Chris Griffin, the Aqueduct announcer, is making a special appearance today, and he'll be joining me here on the set as America's Day at the Races will continue.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliari, pleased to be joined here by Katie Davis, who just contributed a really nice ride on Ringy Dingy to get it done. It always looked like she was traveling in the bridle, like you had a lot of horse, Katie.
Yes, she really did, and it was nice to have some horse underneath me and just ride those smart races and tip out and just keep her running. I didn't want to go to my stick at all because I knew she was running as fast as she could, and we just had that one inside of us. And you know, if it works, don't change it. So.
Well, you put together such a wonderful summer in Saratoga, 7 winners at the toughest meet in North America, and it just seems like your confidence continues to blossom. And a ride like today where you don't even think about going to the crop and hands and heels all the way to the wire, I think really speaks to that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I think most of it comes to having a clear mind every time I go out there and enjoying it. Like the horses, they feel that, and I just talk to them, you know, warming up, nervous. She was a little nervous, actually, behind the gate a little bit, but, you know, we just talk to her, pet her ears, you know, get her to calm down, and she ran her race, so.
Well, and again, you're riding so well, keeping that momentum going. What are your plans for the winter? I'm sure you're going to dig in here at Aqueduct.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm going to stay here. My husband Trevor's here and my little girl, so we have a family, and luckily I'm doing well enough to keep going, and I truly appreciate all the opportunities. So.
Well, it's fun for us to watch your success because I know how hard you work and how much you put into it.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Richie.
Well, a rider to keep an eye on, and she brings them in no matter what price they are.
Thanks, Richie. Always happy to hear from Katie. And Katie has been riding extremely well since she came here, but she was riding extremely well out of town. I just don't think we saw it as much. $26 on Ringy Dingy for Laughlin and Lily Tomlin fans. Got the money there. Value area finishing second. And Catherine Wheel, the heavy favorite. Maybe she was best, but she had kind of a weird trip in there. And I know the exacta seems light, but the reality was they were the ones that had run before. And probably, if you're looking at the exotic pools, Catherine Wheel may not have been the 1-4 favorite she was in the win pool. I want to let people know of something, a great opportunity with America's Best Racing. If you want to come to Saratoga, even if you've come before, there's an opportunity to come up to Saratoga, and they're going to have a draw for next summer in Saratoga. Win a trip to Saratoga. A lot of good stuff going on there. We got VIP hospitality, $1,000 wagering voucher, lunch with Greg Wolf, I think, is in it. They forgot to write that down. Backstretch tours, a lot of good stuff. So head on over to ABR and check that out and enter in the contest for Saratoga 2024. Never too soon to start getting ready and thinking about Saratoga 2024. Well, last April, as we were getting close to closing down the Aqueduct meeting and heading back over to Belmont Park, we conducted the Wood Memorial, our final prep, our historic prep for the Kentucky Derby. And we were very happy to have our announcer for the Aqueduct meeting, Chris Griffin, calling that Wood Memorial. And let's go back and listen to that Wood Memorial as we're about to be joined by the man who called this race.
It's Dreamlike who's ready to challenge a very game Arctic Arrogance who's gutting it out towards the inside. Arctic Arrogance is there. Dreamlike Hit Show is up on the outside, and Lord Miles, a huge number, is trying to pull off a shocker. 4 across the racetrack in the wood. Hit Show is now put a nose in front. Dreamlike is still there. Lord Miles up on the outside. They're coming down to the finish. Hit Show, Lord Miles, Hit Show, Lord Miles, Lord Miles. A huge shocker. Lord Miles and Paco Lopez in the Wood Memorial.
Well, Chris won't be joining us to be calling the races until the beginning of November. You'll be one weekend at Aqueduct, but welcome back.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Nice to have you.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be sitting up here with you and get to do something a little bit different than what I do. But when I take a look at, listen to that call, it's tough. It's a very strange thing to listen to yourself announce. And I said huge too many times, but other than that, it was fun.
Did you listen more when you first started calling?
Yes, from a technique standpoint and trying to make sure that you were getting things tight and doing that. But as far as the tone and the way that you listen to your voice and the way that you feel that you sound, sometimes I can feel a little bit nails on the chalkboard. For me personally.
I know the feeling. And it's not, I've talked to a number of people in different fields talking about watching themselves performers and different people. Some people are more comfortable than others doing it. But Chris, it's great to have you here. We were on Talking Horse a little bit earlier today as well. And you'll be filling in for John Imbrial, we think, the weekend of the 14th and 15th as well.
Yes, get an opportunity to do that. So I'll be here mid-October.
And then the first week of November, you'll be back for about a 6-month stay here.
Looking forward to that. Yes, I'm looking forward to a big winter, and it's a blast. I love being here. I love New York. I've always said that, and looking forward to it.
All right, field for race number 5. 2-year-olds again. We saw 2-year-olds in the last race. These are New York-bred 2-year-olds, and they'll be going 1 1/16 miles on the outer turf course. They're maidens, and it's an interesting combination of horses that have experience from some different spots, as well as a first-time starter who's currently the co-favorite. That's the number 5, Charging Fast. I'm a little surprised to look at this board and see that Frozen 4 is a shorter price than BD Saints, because even though Frozen 4 beat that one, BD Saints had quite a trip.
Yeah, it just seems like the bettors are completely throwing out that last effort that you did see from Frozen 4. They're saying we're going to take a look at that turf race there on Saratoga on August 3rd. I actually go to a different runner in this spot, but I'm over 4 for the day, so I got to get back on the beat.
It's never easy. There's always plenty of offers available. As we turn our attention to a little later in the card, you'll be here, I'll be gone, but the 8th race, an allowance optional claiming race, $102,000 purse at 1 1/8 miles, and with the scratch of Costa Terra, the 7-5 morning line favorite would probably be 3 or 4 to 5 in this race had they not scratched that one. And Film Star going to be very tough to beat.
Yeah, a little bit more of a pared down field now when you do take a look at it, as we do have a couple scratches in there. I'm going to go to a different runner in that spot, but at Film Star, we talked about it earlier. If this horse runs back to this last effort back there on September 3rd, Film Star comes back and wins this race. And you do see that Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz teaming up. You should be able to control the tempo. Might get a little bit of pressure, but I am actually going to play against a little bit later this afternoon.
See what happens. I'm playing against as well. I think you're looking at the horse inside of Film Star. I'm interested in Constitution Lawyer breaking on the far outside, but they'll be going 1 1/8 miles, 1 full lap around this Aqueduct Oval. And if I'm not mistaken, this may be the first 1 1/8 miles race in the dirt that we have run since getting back to the Big A on Thursday.
Yeah, always great to see some of these long distance races. Always great to kind of settle in from an announcing standpoint. I'm sure John and Rio will do just that, and we'll see who ends up making the move. We'll see if speed is holding pretty well. I mean, I got a chance to watch some of the races. It seems like you can win from anywhere right now, but again, Film Star, if you do see kind of dictate the pace, smaller field, should make the right decisions, probably gets it done. I'm going to play against them.
Yeah, he's going to be a very tough to beat. He's going to be a heavy, heavy favorite. As the action continues here in America's Day at the Races, Chris Griffin, Richard Miglioria, and I, Andy Serling, Jonathan Kinchin as well. We'll all be back after a quick break. Oh, we're not taking a break? Oh, 2 minutes to break. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. You know, I don't host that often. You guys could help me a little bit more than that, frankly. Anyway, let's take a look at the 6, BD Saints. BD Saints and Frozen 4 come out of a race where Frozen 4 just got an absolute dream trip and a great ride from Joel Rosario. And BD Saints, Flavian Pratt, who was aboard that day, that's 2 back, the last turf race, just got incredibly unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, you do take a look at BD Saints' last trip. You talk about 4 to 1 right now. So if you do like this horse at 4 to 1, you got to like this horse even more. You know, the dirt try, and we talked about that again at the 7 furlongs. I wasn't quite sure what to take from that. I just felt like those 2 turf tries were pretty strong. Maybe just trying to get a race under the 2-year-old's belt now. Linda Rice, again, Jose Ortiz. We talked about Film Star a little bit later. We're talking about BD Saints here. The 5 Charging Fast, 3 to 1, now 5 to 2. Is this one of those lukewarm favorites, as we like to say?
Well, I think a lot of it also is because the number 5 is taking so much money. A horse, a first-time starter with a giant turf pedigree for Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt, some may look and see Flavian Pratt rode BD Saints. But see, when Flavian Pratt rode BD Saints, it was in the barn of William Walden. Been switched to Linda Rice. Flavia doesn't really ride much for her. Jose Ortiz, more her go-to rider. So this is a case of just using the riders I think you end up using more often. Anyway, we're going to say goodbye to SNY. Appreciate them joining us. But America's Day at the Races will continue now after a quick break.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And we want to welcome people watching on Bally Sports SoCal San Diego as well. Chris Griffin, Andy Serling here on the desk upstairs. Richard Migliori outside in the paddock. Keisha Clement will be joining you actually up here soon.
Yes.
Richie will be enjoying the sunshine out in the paddock. But Chris, it's your debut, I believe, on America's. Well, your physical debut. We've heard your voice on the show many, many times.
I did a nighttime. I did one nighttime shift on a Friday, yes, and I was able to cover the standardbreds along with the thoroughbreds. So I was really kind of welcomed quite nicely. So hopefully it's a gorgeous day outside, but it's lovely to be up here with you, and looking forward to some great racing action and hopefully some winners.
I actually love our Aqueduct studio setup. It's really nice. It's so airy and light here, and we're still saying light through the shows, and we'll enjoy that while we can. We've still got the late pick 5 coming up. Starts out in race number 5, a full field of 2-year-olds. New York Reds going 1 1/16 on the outer turf course, and the featured 8th race with that heavy favorite Film Star as well as we go. So we go forward in this race, but we've got a full field of 10 coming out. Seeing some money for Eric from Miami down on the rail. A little interested. I know you like Benzadini towards the outside. I think we're going to go down to the paddock, though, and find out what our friend Richard Migliori likes.
Well, I just want to talk about the 2-horse to start out, because I just find this very, very intriguing. This is Son of Giant Surprise, bred by and owned by Jan Derschmidt, who actually her property is the former Jimmy Cagney estate. This horse is registered as a bay, but if you look at the horse's coloration, horse's markings, it looks more like a gray. Actually, when this horse was registered with the Jockey Club, he was a bay, and he's slowly changed colors over time. And once they're registered that color, it's not an easy thing to change. So they basically, you're looking at a horse that looks more gray, but he is registered as a bay. And I thought it was an intriguing and interesting thing to point out. The 5-horse, first-time starter from Chad Brown, looks terrific, charging fast, got a terrific pedigree, being a New York bred. You know, you expect Chad's horses to be well turned out, and this horse is, although I do believe this horse will get better with a race under his belt. The 6 BD Saints, he gets the paddock check mark. He looks better to me than anybody here in the paddock. He just looks bigger, stronger, fitter. He's got, 3 races under his belt now. How many times have you seen back the Trouble Line, horrific journey? Basically every place that Flavien Prat tried to make a move that day, he got stymied. And I think it was one of those cases breaking from post 1 where it was more of just terrible luck than anything to do with, rider error. It was just any place he tried to go. But he, to me, is just the horse that checks all the boxes again here in the paddock. Another horse really caught my eye, the 9, Vinsanto. And if you go back and watch Vinsanto's last race, and particularly the head-on in the stretch, horse came out and bucked Vinsanto pretty hard, and he was running pretty well at that point, and then he got to running pretty erratically. Like, it almost kind of threw him off kilter a little bit. He probably had never been bumped like that in the morning when horses work together. It's very controlled, and you don't have that kind of body contact. And then he even veered in at one point. It almost looked like a little bit of retaliation against the horse that had bumped him, but he lost all his momentum, and he was closing into a very slow pace that day. And I just think with that race under his belt, this is a horse that could take a step forward, guys.
No, I agree, Richie. And another thing that's worth pointing out is that race was against Open Company, and this is New York breds here. Head on over to NYRABets.com if you're not a member of NYRA Bets. No better time than the present. Use that promo code MATCH200, and we will match for $200 of your initial deposit. Play any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRA Bets. You see Joel Rosario getting ready to get a leg up on Christophe Clement, runner Frozen 4, who already has a winner today. Both of them have wins on the card. Benzadini, Chris, this is your relative long shot selection.
Yeah, I'll give you a price here. We're going to go 9-1 right now, taking a look at the number 10 with an outside draw. So I'm not crazy about the post. I do like Jose Lezcano picking up the mount here. Talked about the top side. On the sire side, from a turf standpoint, maybe we're not jumping all in. But on the bottom side, I think there's definitely some turf pedigree there.
A lot of turf
I mean, when you take a look at the 10 with that early speed for trainer Steve Asmussen, I like sitting just 2 or 3 lengths off of some of those early fractions. I think should be able to control the tempo. Are they going to be alone up front? That might be the big question. But from an outside draw, Lezcano gets position. Let me take a shot, especially when our favorites right now are 3-1.
The Dam was an extremely good turf sprinter, winning 13 of 44 starts in the turf, running 98 bars. I think to be encouraging from that aspect is she couldn't run it all in the dirt, and she improved dramatically on the turf. Bernardini, I'd love this horse to have a better sire, but listen, that Dam was good, and I agree with you. Jose Lezcano should be aggressive coming out of the gate and getting it done. With BD Saints, it's first time on the turf for Linda Rice. Was unlucky in that race, but it wasn't that good a race. And so that means you're interested in the 10, the number 9 who comes out of that race with Open Company, the first-time starter with a big pedigree, the 5. I don't think that the 6 and 3 come out of a race that was so strong that even with trouble necessarily means that horse has to win.
Yeah, and I think the board is reflecting that, because you do take a look at 3-1. They're just not quite sure. They feel like they're strong, but not quite sure that they want to wager.
A lot of Erics in the crown betting on Eric from Miami, Manny Franco, and Horacio de Paz.
Yeah, third beaten 7 last time over a muddy track. Now gets back on gets the turf here for the first time.
Yeah, these connections teamed up for a surprisingly short-priced winner the other day with no turf pedigree. The 2, Dylan, Thomas Coutinho, and Louis Rivera.
Really nice to look at. Huge number if you like the looks.
Frozen 4, Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement.
Better's taking it back to the turf try, throwing out that last effort. Throw it out. Let's see what happens.
Done it in Causeway, going out, long shot.
Jeremy Laprida, he's going to have a big number here, 43-1. Would surprise, maybe.
Yes, this one would blow things up in the multis. The 5, Charging Fast, a first for Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, we've talked plenty. The pedigree is there. It does seem like this horse is well meant here on debut.
Half to 5 turf winners. BD Saints, Linda Rice, and Jose Ortiz.
Only thing was confusing was the 7 furlong try over the dirt, but they get back on the turf, and I think we're going to see the best effort if we're going to see this horse in the winner's circle today.
And John Velasquez is riding the number 7 for Tom Morley, Easy Roll.
Have to be pointing at the turf, right? You can't take a look at those first 2 efforts and be enticed, if you will, about those top 2 getting on the grass.
Enticed second to Vino Rosso in the Wood Memorial. A Knight's Courage, a long shot, Dave Donk.
Yeah, long shot deserves to be maybe for a minor share.
Vin Santo, Richie had some good things to say, as Katie Davis will look for 2 in a row.
Yeah, she is. She's riding quite well throughout the summer, winter time. She's just doing a very nice job. Would surprise me, though. Not my pick.
And there's your pick, Benzadini, Jose Lezcano.
All right. I like Benzadini towards the outside. I like the looks. I think we control the tempo. Hopefully we can take them gate to wire.
Let's get more from Jonathan Kinchin.
Thanks, Andy. Look, guys, I like the 3 Frozen 4 for a couple of reasons. One, I thought Frozen 4 ran pretty well on debut after taking some money. And then I think a little bit of a theme that we'll see. We saw it yesterday in a different way. You always have to take information that you gathered from Saratoga. The pools are so big. There's so much attention on the racing. Frozen 4 took money first time out, ran well, then caught an off-the-turf race where the horse was bet that day as well. It didn't run particularly well, but you can draw a line through that. You can ignore that 61 length defeat. Probably doesn't need to be running on that surface. If you can kind of look back to that previous race, trying to close into a slow pace, to me, the 3 Frozen 4 is by far the horse to beat. Sure, maybe the 5 Charging Fast can run first time out, and we'll find out here in a couple of seconds, but I need a little bit more to lean on, especially with some of these horses that have already run. And then the 6, BD Saints. Another one who, if you look at all 3 races, there's always been some issue. And I'm starting to believe that this horse is causing his own issues. He was rank and green last time on August 3rd. I think the guys are going to watch that replay with you soon. He broke slow 3 starts back. He broke slow in his last start. I'm starting to wonder if he's the problem, not so much the circumstance of the races.
I mean, you do take, I mean, yeah, it's all good points, but it's points that I'm playing against in this spot. Either one of them can win, and then it also takes us to the 9, Vinsanto, too, who was kind of an issue.
I don't think the BD Saints broke slow last time, and we can actually watch the start of it. He's the #1 horse in this race, and you're going to see him get a little rank going into the first turn, but he broke perfectly fine last time. No real problem at all. In fact, arguably, he actually broke better than the #8 Frozen 4 who was behind him. He's just one of these horses that got ranked behind horse in the first turn the inside. You'll see that especially with 2-year-olds, and you're going to see that coming up. And while Flavio Prado was doing a lot of things right, Joe Rosario just made that great move when we picked this race up, going into this turn, going in the second turn into the stretch, where he cuts the corner and the horse picks up 2-3 lengths immediately. So I think the BD Saints was just unlucky in there. I don't think he did anything wrong. And this was just a great ride for Joe Rosario. I'll be surprised if he beats BD Saints, but it's horse racing.
Yeah, you do take a look at that replay once again, and this is where this becomes in the notes, and when we do take a look at, when you talk about that journey and just all the trouble that the horses end up having. With the first turn, that's one thing. Now coming down the lane, just feeling like this horse encountered so much trouble. Really needs to bounce back in here, but I don't know, at 3-1, just not for me.
To me, he needs to get a chance, a fair chance to run, and I thought he ran well enough, and Jonathan's correct, he did break slowly in his first race, but I haven't seen that problem in the next couple starts, and a lot of firsters will break slow. I want to see him get a chance. Listen, a lot of people liked him. He was 6-5 in that race. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to win this race, but he did have a lot of trouble in there and didn't get to run his race, and he was 6-5. And the 3 got as good a trip as possible, and he still couldn't win. I'm not a fan of Frozen 4's chances in here. I prefer a horse like the 9 if I'm going to use somebody besides the 5 and 6. But I started to pick 5 out, and I just used the 2 choices, the 5 and 6.
Yeah, I mean, all great points. It does look like the 3 and the 6. You kind of have to make a decision one way or the other, whichever way you want to land based off of those trips and based off of those journeys that you saw on August 3rd. The 9, you made some great points about Vinsanto and talking about all the trouble that was encountered in that race as well. I was wondering about the effort closing in those 4 lengths and where the winners were coming from. You said the winner came from the back end of the field as opposed to some of that front end speed that was hanging on in that prior effort back there on September 2nd. I'm just going to play all against that. I'm just going to say hopefully I can get a horse out in front, see if we can catch me, but the 10, now that price going up, 11-1.
Yeah, listen, I agree with you. You would like to think the intention for Jose Lezcano is to be aggressive with him, whether or not it plays out that way. But for you, if I was betting on the 10, and this horse has a giant turf pedigree in the dam side, and the dam has produced 2 winners in the turf that were okay, so it's not like there's no production. I hate Bernardini's in the turf, but it's not like he's never had any winners on it. He's just not a particularly proficient turf, and that's one of the reasons he got off as a slow start as a sire, is the Sheik bred him to all these horses and ran them over in Europe. And they were really suited for the dirt, not the turf.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just thinking also, if this didn't happen, if that didn't happen, is that going to be more beneficial for the horses that I might like, whether it be the 3, whether it be the 6, whether it be the 9? I'm not really thinking about, I am thinking about what if, but I'm just saying I feel like the speed, it's something I trust. A horse moving over to the turf maybe controls the tempo early, maybe can catch a breather on the backstretch. And then we'll just see what ends up happening in the lane, because we're doing all this talking, but then the 5 charging fast may just be rolling here late down the center of the course.
Well, I don't know what kind of race you're going to get from the 5. I know the 5 just has a big pedigree. I have to 5 turf winners is 7 to try it. European turf horse, ran well in America. The second dam was an excellent turf horse. The 5 is bred through and through for grass, and Chad Brown's very good with first-time starters going long on the turf.
We, as bettors, are trying to answer these questions with 2-year-olds as well. The 2-year-olds, we aren't sure quite what they've shown us yet, and some of the connections also. They're trying to just see whether they're going to dirt, whether they're going to turf. These are the questions that are going to be answered here very shortly when this field is loading and runs around the turf course here. So, I'm going to go with the 10. We'll see if the rest are chasing. I like the way the board looks right now. I like that my horse took a little bit of action, now floating up a little bit. We'll just have to see what ends up happening.
Yeah, and I think with these races, a lot of times, I use them to watch trips especially, and sometimes you bet these horses back out of races. Horses get little trips, and obviously I think the horse that's the most interesting trip in here is Vinsanto, because everybody saw BD Saints. The Vinsanto trip was not as obvious, and he is an interesting horse at 6-1, taking some play. But him at 6-1 compared to the 1, Eric from Miami, there must be a story with him, because I'm surprised he's taking so much money.
Yeah, he is taking money down towards the inside. That is a good-looking horse, the number 2. That's just such an interesting markings there. It was nice for me to point that out.
I like that story, yeah.
Dylan. That was very cool.
Horse looked like a picture, That was
really
a really, really interesting-looking horse. I agree. That's something I had never heard that before, and appreciate Richie giving us those sentiments as they're loading in the gate for race number 5. John Imbrial with the call.
Field of 10 going a mile and a 16th on the firm outer turf course here at Aqueduct. As Charging Fast goes in nicely. Number 10, Benzodini will complete this field. A field of state-bred 2-year-old maidens. And we're set for race 5. And they're off. Dylan away well. Charging Fast now moving up. As they go into the turn, Benzodini gains from the extreme outside. And right there is BD Saints. So BD Saints has taken the lead. Benzodini up on the outside to challenge. Then comes Dylan, who's just in behind in third, and alongside is A Knight's Courage in fourth. 2.5 lengths to Charging Fast, who runs in fifth. Easy Roll on the outside is in sixth, followed by Frozen 4 in seventh. At the back of the pack, the trio of Dunedin Causeway, Vinsanto, and Eric from Miami. First quarter in 23 seconds. They're midway up the back stretch. BD Saints by 3/4 of a length. Benzodini on the outside runs in second, and then it's Dylan down at the rail next in third. A Knight's Courage is in fourth, followed by Frozen 4 in fifth. In between horses is Charging Fast. To the outside is Easy Roll. Half mile, 47 3. BD Saints, the favorite, is on top here by a little more than a length, with Benzodini remaining in second. Easy Roll now rolls up on the outside to grab third. A Knight's Courage is in between horses. Dylan is down at the rail. Then comes a Frozen 4 and Charging Fast. Far outside, it's Vinsanto along with Dunedin Causeway. In the meantime, BD Saints has built a 4-length lead. Easy Roll now moves into second. Then Benzodini, Dylan down at the rail. BD Saints on to victory here as he breaks his maiden decisively. Easy Roll was second, Photo for third.
Now, if you always bet those horses coming off horrific trips, apparently you get the money here. And I got to say something. This horse was an hour the best here because that pace was honest, 23.10. Your horse, Chris, ran a lot better than you're giving him credit for because he chased that fast pace and didn't really give in till late. This horse was good today.
Yeah, you got to believe your eyes, though, when you're watching the trip, when you see the way that Jose Ortiz was just sitting very chilly. Obviously, Meg could probably give us better commentary on that, but just cruise control around there. Benzodini, a little bit of a good run. Touch wide going to the first turn, had to keep up with the quick tempo, but BD Saints, this is as impressive as they come.
Well, the other thing to say to yourself is he was never beating BD Saints.
No.
But imagine if he cleared and it wasn't that fast a pace, BD Saints ends up winning. He probably finishes second there, and I think that's something you have to judge by the 10. I wonder if maybe a little cutback wouldn't hurt him given the dam side, but he ran okay. Easy winner. Nice second there for our friend Tom Morley with Easy Roll and John Velasquez, but a distant second. This horse absolutely destroyed the field.
Yeah, Linda Rice continues to roll here, and Jose Ortiz, again, once the horse broke, once you saw on the backside, it just seemed like it was going to take a lot to beat BD Saints, and they couldn't beat BD Saints because drew off one easy.
All right. A little more action to come in America's Day at the Races, but the favorite kicks off the pick 5. BD Saints, he rolled over Easy Roll.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Chris Griffin, Richard Migliori, Jonathan Kinch, and Andy Serling, soon to be replaced by Acacia Courtney as BD Saints rolls. 680 to get the job done first time out. Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz teaming up for the win. Easy roll. Getting second for Tom Morley and John Velasquez. 680 on the front end, 34 1/4 for $1 exacta. And BD Saints gets it done. The MiG standing by with Linda Rice.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I'm here with Linda. And BD Saints was very aggressive today. He really kind of, there was a crush into the first turn, but holding his position, I think, was critical.
Yeah, Jose and I talked about it ahead of time, and I didn't see a lot of speed in the race. And, he's raced a little greenly in the past with traffic and whatnot, so I thought he was just good enough to put him out on the lead and go take that approach.
Well, Linda, you took over his training and had a start last time. You put him on the dirt. What was the thought process there?
Really, Mike and I talked about it, and he's a full sibling to Laban Temp. She's been a very good dirt horse, has won quite a few stakes races on the dirt. So we thought, well, let's see how he is on the dirt as well. So it was experimental. Jose felt he was much better on the turf than the dirt.
Well, obviously today he was much the best. Linda, you're coming off a monumental Saratoga meeting, and to pull out a dead heat for the leading trainer title, you were down by 5 with time running out on the clock. Could you articulate just what that meant to be able to pull that off?
Well, it was, you never expect to be able to have 2 days left and be 5 down and come away with a dead heat. But you're there, you're that close. You certainly give it all you've got and hope for the best. Once we won 3 on Sunday, I thought, we have a chance. Especially maybe we can pull a tie out of this. And, so we went sliding into home base. Hell-bent.
Well, I mean, it was fun to watch, and both sides of it. I mean, just, when you have tight jockey races and tight trainer races, everybody has their favorites and people they're rooting for. But this was truly the most exciting trainers race I can ever remember.
Well, thank you. It was really quite a ride, an experience to go through. It's one I'm going to remember very fondly for a very long time.
Well, congratulations here, and congratulations for that Saratoga meeting. And guys, I think it's just living proof. The harder you work, the luckier you get.
They're not working harder than Linda Rice, who lives and breathes the game, and congratulations to her on that great achievement. I agree. I'm just glad that Acacia Clement did not hear her pronounce Laban Temp's name, actually. That would have been very painful for her. But Chris, it was a lot of fun being with you here.
It flew right by.
Yeah,
it was a very quick visit.
Yeah.
But
well, I saw you a little earlier, too.
Oh, that's true.
See you again a little later. He'll be hanging around. Acacia Clement coming up next. America's Day at the Races continues.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
John Velasquez is in the Hall of Fame and has captured 2 editions of the Belmont Stakes. He has 2 Eclipse Awards as champion jockey, has earned more money than any of his colleagues, and has won 3 Kentucky Derbies. However, his legacy continues to grow, not for what he accomplishes on the track, but for his actions when off the track. Honored as the 2009 George Wolfe Memorial winner by his peers, Velasquez never fails to lend a helping hand, words of wisdom, financial support, or a smile to anyone he encounters.
John Velasquez is a role model for our industry, horse racing. It's not only himself, he always tries to share for somebody else.
He's the person we look up to when I was on the jockey school. But when I get here, I get to know him. He played a big role for my career. He teach me a lot on the track, but he teach me a lot off the track.
Everybody knows how good he is in the track, doing his job. He's a great jockey. He wins all kind of races. But besides of being a jockey, he's a great person.
Velasquez, who is second in Breeders' Cup victories with 18, also tirelessly promotes safety for jockeys. He has been the chairman of the Jockeys Guild since 2006 and has been on the board of directors for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund since its inception that same year.
He not only himself, he always looking for somebody else, safety first, and always looking for making progress, helping the industry, help the whole racing.
He's hard on me about the way I was riding, you know, a little too aggressive. So he started telling me, try to don't do that because you're gonna lose more in the long way. So he tried to teach me good things. So thanks him.
I think, you know, he's going to have multiple legacies. One of them is going down as one of the greatest riders of all time, but also someone who gave a lot back to the game, you know, and especially with the Jockeys Guild, contributes so much to his fellow riders.
The first jockey to win more than 2,000 races at Belmont Park, Velasquez continues to ride high. His impact on the industry, however, transcends his performance in the saddle and will do so for decades to come.
It was a lot of sacrifices and a lot of discipline, you know, to stay, you know, year after year after year. First of all, you have to be healthy and be blessed, you know, to be here, though, you know. And also I'm being blessed with the people that I work with and the people who give me the opportunity to stay here, to still here. So I think that's all it takes.
Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez truly has had a remarkable career and continues to add to that tally this year, picking up his first career Preakness win, now having swept all of the Triple Crown races. I'm Acacia Clamont stepping in on the set here for the rest of the way. Happy to be joined by Chris Griffin. And Chris, you and I were just talking. Chris and I actually go way back. We worked both at the same time at Gulfstream Park West, formerly Calder, the first year that the grandstand was no longer. And I was in the Old Horseman's bookkeeper office with an ant infestation and no air conditioning. And you were hanging out the side of a storage container to call the races.
I was.
Yeah.
It was a fun time. When the weather was treacherous, things would happen. But look at us. Look at us now.
Look at us now.
Here we are together, and I'm excited and fun to work with you. This is exciting stuff. Looking forward to it. Should be fun.
And glad to have you here. Of course, as we always get a chance to hear Chris's voice at the Big A, which is a lot of fun, but great to get a chance to hear your opinions today as well. Doing a great job so far. Well, we mentioned jockey John Velasquez. He'll be aboard the number 7, Mr. Abarrio, in this upcoming race here at Belmont at the Big A in the 6th. But earlier this week on Friday in the Winter Memories, we saw Johnny V riding a horse that was trying the turf for the first time in Sacred Wish. And Chris, I got a chance to interview Johnny before the race, and George Weaver sharing that it was basically Johnny endorsing trying the turf for this filly. And I think that's always such a key thing with his input. And obviously, it turned out to be the right decision.
Yeah, you talk about us going way back, but just Johnny V continues to do it here, aging like nothing. Like he's riding like he was in his 20s still, and he just continues to his Hall of Fame career, Hall of Fame rides, and George Weaver continues to, he just continues to be strong wherever you see him. Whenever you see his name pop up, you got to jump in. And Johnny V, he continues to do it. You saw it in the feature, and a nice horse that should be doing quite well here moving forward.
Now very versatile, plenty of options for Sacred Wish. Grade 1 placed on the dirt in the Coaching Club American Oaks, finishing second behind Wet Paint, and now a stakes winner on the turf as well. So always nice to have a big future and some big opportunities, some different options. If a race comes off the turf, you know, you've got a big chance on the main track as well.
Yeah, we start to see our stars and we start to see our future stars too. So it's nice to see that as horses start to develop and we get into this fall season out of the summertime, that some of these new stars emerge. But John Velasquez being a boredom, that's probably a good way to go.
We already know he's a star, that's for sure. Race 6 coming up in this Belmont at the Big A on Sunday, as we'll wrap up the the week today, not the meet. We're just starting the week. The meet, a mile on the turf for the starter allowance, 3-year-olds and upward. There's a look at the number 9, Miracle Mike. For more, let's get a paddock report from Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. We're going to start towards the middle of the field with the 4, Kingfish Stevens, making his first start for the Cantamasi barn. Leaves the Carlos Martin barn. Showed more speed last time in an off-the-turf event, but this horse gets back to what really wants to do, and that's be on the turf, and just looks really good, very well turned out. And you know, I talk about it often. Sometimes we talk about, you know, barn changes, and it's never an indictment of a former barn when a horse does well in a new barn. Sometimes just a little tweak in training, a little different feed program, just a change in scenery with some horses, and they respond differently to different things. So comes out of a good barn from Carlos Martin, but goes into a good barn with the Cantermasis. The 6-horse Quality G. Listen, he's very logical. He looks terrific here in the paddock. This is a horse that you really have to pay attention to how he's handling himself, particularly around the starting gate. He's a bad actor. He acts up in the gate. He can be very rough in there. And you know they school him in between starts and try to get him as comfortable in the starting gate as possible. But it's just a different atmosphere come race time than it is in the morning. In the morning, it's more sedate, it's calmer. And Todd Putcher does employ Bob Duncan, who's one of the best horsemen I've ever been around in my life, and really works hands-on with horses, natural horsemanship, trying to get these horses to be as calm as possible. But race day, the atmosphere at the gate is a lot different than it is in the mornings. So we're going to keep an eye on Quality G as they head to the gate. Mr. Abarrio, second start here for Rob Atras. He just looks great. And Rob's horses are usually very well turned out. I love the condition they carry and the weight that their horses carry in all the right places. Not when I talk about weight, it's not that I think a horse is heavy, just proportionately how a horse is carrying that weight. And Mr. Abarrio making a real nice impression. Horse that really looks extremely sharp, though, is the 5, Willing to Risk It All. I mean, he's just really on his toes, coiled up like a spring, waiting to be released. Like what I'm seeing from him. Going to continue to watch him on the track, but hey, if you want to be great, you got to be willing to risk it all.
Well said, Richie. Thank you. Willing to risk it all coming out of that Rick Violet. And we've seen the top 2 finishers run back. Let's Go Big Blue finished 3rd the other day, and Ramblin' Wreck just in over his head yesterday, Chris, when trying a much further distance. But this horse is intriguing coming out of back-to-back New York bred stakes.
I mean, we just saw, you know, Jose Ortiz get on the front end, and he was just able to just guide BD Saints around there. From a handicapping standpoint, I did not see the same type of journey, but I don't know. I've been a little bit cold here early on this debut here performance in the afternoon. So we'll see if that trip does work out. I actually ended up on the 9, and I know I'll talk about those selections a little bit later on, I think. But Miracle Mike with the right trip, not crazy about the price right now, though. 3-1 has dropped right down, but Willing to Risk It All for those connections. A 3rd, a 4th, and out of those stakes does seem to make some sets. Not for me. I play against.
Willing to Risk It All, 5-1 right now. There's a look at Kingfish Stevens, who Richie talked about making his first start for the Cantermassy barn. Showed speed last time when in an off-the-turf race. Obviously more of a turf horse. Gets back to his preferred surface today. Taking a look at him at 2 starts back, finishing 3rd behind the speedy Micey Cottage, who actually saw a run in the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile yesterday.
Wow. I mean, yeah, you do take a look at this effort. And Kendra Carmouche, she's had a bit of a hot hand here and riding well. And when riders do start to have that touch, it does seem like they seem to continue to find the winner circle in bunches. Again, another horse that I'm playing against personally, but Kingfish Stevens with the right journey, with the right trip. Just too many kind of minor placings for me. That was the only reason why I was playing against. But Cantamasi, they've done nice work, and you know, Evie Jets comes right to mind. So you know, when I start thinking about the connections, being able to get one to the winner's circle, again, another horse not without chance. And 4-1, I'd want a little bit higher, but could make some sense.
And I'm sorry, that race was actually back in April. Andy loves to go way back, when picking the races. So sometimes it just likes to confuse me. But anyway, that was back in April, his last start at Aqueduct, but did finish behind Micey Cottage at Saratoga 2 starts back. There's the number 9, Miracle Mike, that Chris likes. Well, look, his last win, and that was on the turf, and his races recently were both on the main track. So he gets back to the grass today, and this is a horse that his races on the turf have not been very fast, but he obviously has turf ability, and we'll see if he can step forward.
Yeah, I think you take a look at the 2 efforts, both at the state bred maiden $40,000 claiming level, a third beaten 2. Then wins by a length. So the horse has made some sense to be able to launch from far back, from far out of it, and have that closing kick to be able to win. I'm taking a look at that starter race that you saw at Saratoga. Meant for the turf, rained off, moved to the main track. So that avoids our plan goes away there. But then the horse is just doing well. Run the horse in a state bred stakes race, see what happens. Didn't quite pan out. Now the horse finally gets to get back on the turf. I like that. I just don't like the price. 3-1 here, just taking a ton of action. Currently your lukewarm favorite.
All right, Ortiz with the call here as he rode him last time out in the Albany as well. Looks like he was actually making a big move and then did kind of flatten out a bit, but I think ran better than some might have expected, facing significantly tougher competition. We'll take a quick pause in a moment as we will be welcoming in our viewers on FS1. Be sure to tune in over there as America's Day at the Races will continue on FS1 after this. Watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, glad to have you with us. Acacia Clement alongside Chris Griffin, Richard Migliori with us reporting as well. Chris, you may know as the voice of Aqueduct throughout the winter, and great to have you on loan here today. I know you're doing the Meadowlands right now and doing a great job at that. And today we're handicapping some horses, a little bit something different for you.
Yeah, a little nighttime racing, rolling right into here into the afternoon. So it's always a great time, and it's great to be here on set with you to have the opportunity to handicap a little bit, see horses and connections I'm very familiar with, be able to sit here and hopefully give out a few winners. And not crazy about the price I'm getting on the horse that I've currently got selected in the 9 that you're seeing on your screen right now in Miracle Mike. But I'm trying to get a winner. I'm trying to get into the winner's circle, so I can't complain about 3-1 right now.
And there is Miracle Mike, your tepid favorite right now in the 6th race, which is a mile on the turf, a starter allowance for 3-year-olds and upward. And we're about to see Jockey Ortiz get a leg up, and he probably is not helping your price, Chris, but this is a horse who, the last time he ran on the turf, that was a win coming out of New York Bred Stakes competition. More on him in a moment. Let's meet the rest of the field, starting off with the 1, Extreme Access.
Turned it around quite a bit in that last start, won by 3 lengths, was drawing away by an interesting first-time starter, finished second in that spot.
Lord Gatling back to the turf and stretching out.
Yeah, needs to get back to the turf. Seemed to be the better efforts there for the 2. Big number.
Off a bit of a layoff for Bricko.
Yeah, you do. Katie Davis, she's been riding well, so this is one. Maybe not one to ignore here. Okay, 8th last time, only 3 lengths off of it.
Katie looking for her 2nd win today. Here's Kingfish Stevens.
Kingfish Stevens, Kendrick Carmouche talked about it. Cantamarcy trying to turn around the form a little bit.
Willing to risk it all coming out of New York Bred Stakes.
Kind of wonder where this horse is going to be placed, but Jose Ortiz in the saddle, he'll make the right decisions, I'm sure.
Quality G. Watch him at the starting gate because he is pretty tough.
Yeah, watch him at the gate. Just has had his problems. Always seems like he's going to win. It just doesn't get to the winner's circle.
Mr. Abario with Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez.
Yeah, kind of ignoring this runner. Maybe we shouldn't do that. 9-1 currently on the board.
Here's Carlin Clan. This is a horse that has some early speed.
Yeah, and the stablemate also has speed, so kind of interested to see what happens with the 1 and the 8 if they go at it.
Miracle Mike now drifting up to 4-1.
So kind of hoping the 1 and 8 do go at it because I need this horse to launch from way out of it. That price is floating up, maybe because they know that Chris Griffin jumped on.
And the number 11 front man drawing in off the also eligible.
Yeah, 6 beaten 4, a horse that's in for a minor share for me, but could factor a little bit.
That's one of 2 in here for the Cantamarcy barn as well. As there's a look at the 1, Extreme Access. As you mentioned, both horses from the Rob Falcone barn can be forwardly placed. And Extreme Access last time out, I mean, you would know better about this than me calling over at Monmouth. But I noticed it was an odd trip because He broke out at the start, then he couldn't clear, then he was kind of rushing up and soon was on the lead, but he just kept going, which is not common with a trip like that.
You know, Keisha, and when I talked about this at that mile and 16th journey at Monmouth Park, when you come out of the chute there, the outside runners, they always seem to just break outward. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's the vantage point or just the way it's angled, but they always just kind of drift out. Rivera Jr., he likes to get him into the race early. He did that there with Extreme Access. He was just way out in front with the turf rails out like that, was able to dictate the tempo and held off a good-looking first-time starter. So, you know, I know Andy was here earlier. He talked about this effort. He really liked Extreme Access in this spot as far as that last race. I just don't know if Carlin Clan is going to have kind of the same tactics employed, that they're going to both go after each other, because the eight's a free-running horse. This horse wants to go. I mean, I've called this horse. The last two efforts, Carlin Clan just needs to kind of just be out in front 4 lengths and say, come and catch me if you can. I just don't see how those two running styles are going to match up with one another, especially being in the same barn. If they do go after each other again, though, that does work in favor of the horse that I think is coming from way out of it in the 9 Miracle Mike. So we'll see.
Todd Pletcher sending out 2 Miracle Mike along with Quality G, and does come in, quick note, says flipping gait last time out. He actually kind of reared up and landed on his hind end. He didn't flip totally over, and he was backed out, checked out by the intending veterinarian, and pretty quickly loaded back in. So just wanted to clarify as that, because the short comment I think is misleading. But for more on this horse, we welcome in for the first time for our FS1 viewers, Jonathan Kinchin. And JK, how do you think this 6th race will set up?
Well, I'm a little bit partial for the name of the 6. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Look, I think this horse makes a ton of sense in here for a couple of reasons. Acacia mentioned a little bit of trouble in the gate to start. So often it's been a myth in racing that, or maybe it's not a myth, maybe it's an axiom that actually works, is that if horses have trouble like that, significant trouble in the gate, they're automatic tosses. If they flip, they break through, they rear up, they're troublesome in the gate. And I thought the way that this horse ran, considering that, and then also not getting a perfect trip throughout there, right, was rated in a race that wasn't very fast, probably could have been a little bit closer. I thought ran well for Todd Pletcher. The horse was claimed that day, but the claim was voided. So if you look back to some of the previous races, this horse has run for Todd Pletcher. If you can find those races, some of the races from May and June of 2022, I think Quality G could be extremely tough in here. The other one that I'll mention is the 7, Mr. Abario, who I thought ran okay last time, first time for Rob Atras. Rob didn't have probably a meet that he's used to having up at Saratoga, but he did fire with a few, and I think that maybe sometimes just switching the scenery up a little bit, getting to a new location like Aqueduct, the Big A at Aqueduct, you can have a horse like Mr. Abario and a trainer like Rob Atras kind of come into form a little bit. And so at 8-1 on the board, I thought the 7 was interesting, but I'm going to go with the 6, Quality G, as my top choice.
All right, Jonathan, I like it. I would imagine he's referring to his lovely and fabulous wife, Giovannina. So a little bit of a hunch play there as well. She's definitely the better half of that entry. We all know the truth. But as far as Mr. Abario is concerned, Chris, we touched on it in the post parade, kind of ignoring this horse on the board at 8-1. And I think Jonathan's absolutely right. Second off the claim for the Atras barn, Fredo wired the field that day. And this was a horse that I'd written down in my notes. He was a little bit revved up, really nervous prior. And Richie Migliori had commented that this was a horse that was making a really nice impression in the paddock.
Doesn't this happen so much, though, when you're handicapping and taking a look at fields, that horses that are running in familiar company, it's like, now I have to make a decision one way or the other today on how I feel this race is going to play out. John Velasquez, we just did a feature on him. He's going to be sitting on a horse that's sitting here at 7-1, a horse that does fit and is only a length off of a horse that was going to be on the morning line in Fredo, who did scratch out at 3-1. So, they all continue to kind of just see each other and beat one another. We'll see if that ends up happening today, but hopefully Richie can help us out, right?
Richie Migliori getting a good look at these horses warming up. Richie, what are you seeing?
Well, guys, we'll continue with the 7, Mr. Barrio. I just really like everything I see. I thought the horse looked tremendous in the paddock. I continue to like him on the warm-up. And Johnny Velasquez, I mean, he was just second on a 17-1 shot. He won the stake, the Natama up in Canada yesterday. And one thing you notice riders as they get older, and listen, it happened to me, Father Time is undefeated. The first thing you start to see with riders is their legs start to go, and there's more movement in their legs. And, and they just start riding a little bit different. And what you lose physically, you try to compensate mentally. I see no deterioration in Johnny Velasquez's skills or his physical prowess at all. I mean, his legs are still just rock solid. He rides a very smart, sharp race. I mean, he's really just remarkable to me. I'm really, obviously, listen, I'm a Jockey fan, and some people think I wax a little too poetic about it. But part of it is just, I just know how difficult it is to maintain that level of excellence over a long period of time. I like that horse a lot, the 7 Mr. Barrio. My top selection is the 5, Willing to Risk It All. I just couldn't get past how well this horse looked and his energy level, just the way he was conducting himself in general. Full disclosure, though, that's who I boxed, 5-7, guys.
Good luck, Richie. Some nice prices, 6-1 on both, as the tepid favorite has now switched over to the 6, Quality G. Loading in for race 6, Belmont at the Big A, going a mile on the turf. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, Extreme Access along with Lord Gatling. Now Kingfish Stevens in the red blinkers moves up. And on the outside, it is a Carlin Clan. Kingfish Stevens has the lead. Carlin Clan moves up into second. And then it is Mr. Abario and Extreme Access. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. Willing to Risk It All is next in 5th. And then down on the inside is Lord Gatling running in 6th. Alongside is Quality G in 7th. Then it's the duo of Frontman and the Gray, Bricko. And farther back and trailing the field is a Miracle Mike in 10th. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. So it's Kingfish Stevens leading here by a length and a half. Carlin Clan in pursuit in 2nd. Extreme Access is down at the rail, next in 3rd, followed by Mr. Barrio in 4th, and it's almost 3 lengths. Back to Willing to Risk It All in 5th position. Quality G now makes a move up on the outside from 6th. Lord Gatling has dropped back, 1/2 mile in 47 and 2/5 seconds. So it's Kingfish Stevens, still the leader here. The leader by a length and a half. Extreme Access looks to come on through now and grab 2nd. Carlin Clan is back running in 3rd. Quality G out in the middle of the course, coming on now and coming on quickly. Willing to Risk It All is down towards the rail. Here comes Quality G to grab the lead. Extreme Access is right there. Willing to Risk It All now moves into 3rd. They come on for the finish, and it is Quality G the winner. Extreme Access was 2nd. Miracle Mike came from last to get 3rd.
Quality G with the win. Top pick for Jonathan Kinchin. As Chris, you and I were talking about it in the running of the race, he always seems to make this big move like he's going to win, and it looked like he was trying to pull himself up a little bit. Luckily, Manny Franco really seemed to time things right.
Yeah, acted up a little bit better in the gate this time. Maybe at a moment, but Manny got familiar with him in the last start and avoided the photo finish this time. Didn't end up having to go a nose either way. Really made that big move around the far turn. That was the winning move right there. You could see just looming up, runs right by Mr. Abario. My selection runs up for a nice show. Extreme Access actually ran pretty well too, so we were around it, but JK had it in. He had the right winner there, and he gets it at 3-1.
The number 9, Miracle Mike, very far back early too, and he made a big late run, but the number 6, Quality G, just had that momentum, and that really seemed to serve him well, kind of propelling him onto the front. Manny Franco, who's had a terrific start to the Belmont at the Big A meet, multi-win days on Thursday and Friday. He really rounded out Saratoga in such good form, Chris, and he's a very strong rider that has always done really well, I think, picking up some big mounts over the winter and carrying that momentum on through the rest of the year.
Yeah, I've had plenty of practice saying Manny getting to the winner's circle, but Manny Franco was great in the winter. He continues it into the summer. He's now continuing into the fall. Really loves it here at Belmont at the Big A. He loves the surface. He loves these courses, and he's riding very strong. So, and you're still catching 3-1, so you're catching enough value. It's not, real short prices. And if you like Quality G today, you got paid off. You got to win, and there you go. Quality money, Quality G.
Quality indeed. 6-1-9-5 in race 6. Manny Franco with the win. Bob LaPenta and trainer Todd Fletcher will bring you prices and more. When we come back, we'll also take a little look at the 3-year-old picture. Will it be a 3-year-old in the Classic this year? Some pretty talented runners who could be heading that way to the Breeders' Cup, including Arcangelo. Go Rocket Ride.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes-caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm pleased to be joined by Manny Franco, the pilot of Quality G. Worked out a good trip today. He was much better at the starting gate, wasn't he, Manny?
Yeah, definitely. He's a horse that is a high energy. He likes to bounce around in the gate. Today was more settled, so I think that was perfect because he broke good in the going to the first turn. You know, the first couple of jumps. I mean, I guess. I take out of there because everybody want to go to the same way, same spot, and I just took my horse, took my time. And by the 3-8 pole, I feel like I have a lot of horse, and I just let him roll from there, and he get the job done.
Yeah, Manny, how do you make that decision when you kind of assess how much horse you have to say, well, I know I might have to go a little wide, but I don't want to get in his way. I've got that much horse.
Yeah, you know, I think you feel it under you. Like I say, I knew the pace was fast in front, and I feel my horse just want to go forward, and I don't want to get stuck. So I decided to go around then and work out good.
Manny, you've been working, you know, just riding so well from the middle of Saratoga on. You've been on a mad tear. How does it feel like coming back here to Aqueduct and knowing we're going to be here for a while?
I feel great because this is a special place to me. You know, I've been leading rider this year and the year before, so I'm just happy to be back here, and I want to say thanks to all the owners, trainers, my agent for amazing job that he's been doing with me, and all the trainers for the sport.
Well, congratulations, Manny. It's fun to watch you ride. Guys, I just love a rider that finishes on horses, and Manny's strength is always on full display.
Second time in a row riding Quality G, and this time to a win. Richie, thank you. Manny Franco picking up another victory, and Chris, just as we were talking about it, and Minnie touched on it in that interview, Aqueduct's a special place for him where he's really kind of made his name, and I think, you know, you see him become first call for Chad Brown over the winter, and then he's able to retain a lot of those mounts and keep that momentum going, which is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, year-round focus, and to be able to stay dialed in and to be able to make sure that you feel like that you're riding well, you feel consistent over this surface, and you continue to get the business. That's what he's doing, and he got familiar with Quality G, and he was able to get in the gate. You know, getting them in the gate and getting them comfortable in the starting gate is such a key thing, I think, that we sometimes do forget, because they're learning too, and horses they're acting up. They're in the starting gate. You know, jockeys are trying to communicate with them. The break is so important, and it worked out well there for Quality G.
Did indeed, got the victory today. As we mentioned before the break, though, it's been quite a year for the 3-year-olds, and has really been a treat for a lot of us fans to have an opportunity to watch some really talented ones throw it down, including Arcangelo, winner of the Belmont Stakes and the Travers. And Chris, just the journey that this horse has taken so many people on for his connections, for trainer Jenna Antonucci, becoming the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race, and with a horse that proved himself in Saratoga. He is very, very good.
You know, late developing 3-year-olds, however you want to, you know, describe this. Arcangelo is a wonderful story from a national standpoint, from a media standpoint, the way that Jenna Antonucci has handled herself in every single interview or video that I've seen. And she's taken her time. She's done by the horse, and he continues to deliver now in Javier Castellano. I mean, it's just such a wonderful kind of thing to watch.
Brought him along slowly. Now 4 wins in a row. That Peter Pan to the Belmont, onto the Travers, some of the biggest races in American dirt racing that she's been able to achieve. Little fist bump from Javier there in the Travers. And Jenna saying, you know, the Belmont was amazing, but she said the Travers, she felt like really validated everything that they had done, especially the fact that they opted to train up to the Travers and not have a prep in between, skipping a race like the Jim Dandy locally at Saratoga. And Jenna said, in the interview with me afterwards, she said, to all the haters, thanks for a little extra motivation.
You need that. You need a little bit of that swagger. You need that confidence. Confidence in the horse, and confidence in your abilities, and confidence in your jockey to get to the winner's circle. It's all seeming to work right now. And again, with a little bit of that time off, it's worked out to plan. And Arcangelo, it's an exciting horse, and it's an exciting time for horse racing as well.
An easy horse to root for sure, with Javier Castellano picking up his first Belmont Stakes win aboard that runner. In this year's Haskell, called by Chris, of course, we got a chance to see Go Rocket Ride. Beautiful looking horse, and one that put forth an impressive performance in beating Kentucky Derby winner Mage.
Yeah, naturally this just happens that when you call these races now, you kind of feel like you're very connected to the horse. And Go Rocket Ride, Mike Smith had come out there to the Jersey Shore, and he had taken some, you know, he only had, I think, 1 mount prior to that. And, you know, you kind of forget about Hall of Famer Mike Smith sometimes, but Hall of Famer Richard Mandela was on site. Go Rocket Ride, another late developing 3-year-old. You continue to see this horse progress. They've been patient. They've taken their time. And boy, is he delivering. I mean, he is just such a good looker. Yeah. I think he's going to get better as he gets older. You know, Papa Mandela's going to be pretty patient with him as well. So it's nice to see some of that patience paying off for really strong connections. And he's a horse that can make some noise. I mean, we've seen him against older now, and who knows what's going to happen later this fall.
A true horseman indeed at the helm, and pretty exciting to see him ship to the East Coast. And then, as you mentioned, running in the Pacific Classic, finishing second behind Arabian Night that day. Let's bring Jonathan into this conversation for that picture of some of the big 3-year-olds that we've seen, JK. But the performance in the Pacific Classic from Arabian Night was stellar. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I mean, he was a 3-year-old facing older in the first place. I mean, obviously, so was Go Rocket Ride. But one of the things I really liked about Arabian Night is that Go Rocket Ride was coming in off of a nice performance in the Haskell. Arabian Night didn't run particularly well, shows back up at a 1.25 mile race, and runs extremely well. And the one thing I will say about Arabian Night, I think early in this 3-year-old year, I think for a lot of us, Arabian Night was probably the leader in the clubhouse for the Derby winner based on that Southwest performance. So we know the talent that Arabian Night has. We also know that Bob Baffert knows how to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. So I'm excited to see how this horse is going to continue to progress. We know he has some talent. We know he's got speed. He's got a top-class rider in Flavian Pratt. just like to see what's going to happen with him next moving forward. But it's starting to get that feel of a Breeders' Cup Classic that has a lot to do with the 3-year-olds.
Makes it fun, makes it interesting, and we'll see who can step forward in that division. Jonathan, thank you. As you mentioned with Arabian Night, a horse that finished 3rd in the Haskell, turned the tables on Go Rocket Ride in the Pacific Classic, a $2.3 million 2-year-old, and he hasn't raced much. He's only raced 4 times as of yet, but could be a rare talent and adds another interesting layer to that picture.
It's such a funny thing with handicappers because everybody said he was a crazy bet as the favorite in the Haskell, but he was a wonderful bet in the Pacific Classic. So it's just one of those things where, yes, these 3-year-olds, late developing, I don't care, whenever they develop, they're going to be exciting going into the fall.
Make the Breeders' Cup very interesting, that's for sure. We'll be here before we know it. Well, Chris teed us up perfectly with a conversation about breaking from the gate. Our own Richard Migliori will take you inside for an up-close view.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event. Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Charles Fight running on. Mason in front. Charles Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good, an impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
Hey, wait for the turn. All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced.
Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all 4 legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're gonna take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're gonna be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say 1 out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say 1 out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Terrific insight from our own champion jockey, Richard Migliore, on the starting gate. So important to get a good beginning for your race, no matter the level of the race. And Richie, always love an opportunity to show that feature, and you really bring people in to give them that experience because there's a lot that goes into it.
There really is a lot that goes into it, Acacia. And as you well know, from early on, schooling horses, getting them comfortable in a confined space and teaching them that they have to leave there running without getting them so keyed up that they act up in there and get themselves left. I mean, we saw it in the last race, you know, with a horse that normally acts up at the gate, acted so much better, got away cleanly. It sets up your trip. And especially with lower level horses that are more easily discouraged, it's important to get out of the gate cleanly, get your position going forward. A lot of times if a horse gets, you know, bounced around at the break, or horses drop over in front, the kick back, they'll back off and kind of spit the bit out. And starts are so important. Even in 1.5 mile races, you don't want to be caught behind horses that you're naturally faster than, because now you're spending all your energy and your horse's energy kind of fighting them, restraining them from, because you can't run over top of horses. You have to then kind of pick your way. So if you get away cleanly, get your position going forward, be able to put your hands down, get your horse in a good rhythm, it sets up the entire race. The starts are the most important part of the race. And that's why I'm always a little bit baffled at why they really don't adjudicate gate fouls very much anymore. It wasn't that way years ago. Guys had to make an effort leaving the gate, because to me, a start is the most critical part of a race.
So much can happen right at the beginning. Richie, thank you. And you've been such a wealth of information, and I think such great insight for our fans to have an opportunity to see what it's like going into that starting gate. And for those wondering with that feature, by the way, Richie got aboard a John Kimmel trainee when filming, and that horse won shortly after. So clearly a good prep in the starting gate, but always love a chance to see that insight with somebody who did it for so many years and did it so well.
Yeah, Mick still got the touch, right?
Yeah.
He still gets aboard there. And yeah, the start is so important. As a bettor and a handicapper, how many times have we watch horses break out of the gate and say, oh, no.
Yes.
You know, I mean,
or a variation of that.
Oh, my God. Well, there may be a few other words there to throw in. But, yeah, it's just so crucial to not only getting the horse to the race, but, you know, getting them out of the gate, getting that comfortable trip. You can handicap all day long and try to look at a trip, but if they don't get out of there, the plan completely changes.
Horses in the paddock for race number 7. There's a look at Moving Pictures. I always thought this name was clever, out of Classic West. Moving Pictures, 2-1 favorite right now in this 6 furlong claiming race. 16,000 non-winners of 2 in life for 3-year-olds and upward. We'll take a look at his race 2 starts back. This is in August at Saratoga, and just be in a nose. He was really trying very hard, flipped back to his left lead late, and just beaten by magical ways this day.
Yeah, it's kind of surprised the price right now, 2-1, but you do take a look at this effort at the 7 furlongs. You know, if I'm in the booth and calling Frank Miramati, great job, shout out Frank Miramati at Saratoga, but this would be kind of that grinding effort, right? Just kind of both just really getting after it. Horses coming back on the inside, they're head and head. You know, they're looking at one another, and this is just, you know, who's going to get their nose down here at the wire. It didn't jump off the page for me because I obviously didn't pick this horse. I am surprised at the price, though. My selection is not taking the action that we thought this horse would take. but the 1 can get it done. Class level also says yes.
Who's the one that you like in here?
I end up liking the 8. I thought Hatch was the horse. I mean, the blinkers do go on. When I do see a number like that, a short morning line price at 7-5, it just feels like this horse is very well meant. We just saw Manny Franco get to the winner's circle in the last. Carlos Martin teaming up 3 seconds here over the surface, 0 for 6 at the distance. Yeah, that's concerning. Turf to dirt, not my favorite angle. That would have happened 2 starts back. Doesn't happen right here. So with that 5th beaten 7, slight drop in class, I like the 8. But not crazy about floating up at that 2-1. A little cold on the board.
Blinkers go back on for Hatch, and to be fair, while he's certainly not a winning type, he's never run at this low a level before. So we'll see if this is just going to be Hatch finding his friends. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off, the 1, Moving Pictures.
Yeah, Moving Pictures, 4-year-old gelding, like we talked about. Luis Rivera Jr. is going to have to send a little bit, I think, is going to be forwardly placed. We'll see.
Luis Rivera Jr. second in the last race, in fact, with Extreme Access. Here's the 2, Excess Demand.
Yeah, big number there, Jose Gomez. Maybe a bit of early presence, but not for me.
Last out winner at Monmouth in the slop. Here's MB's Munning.
Yeah, really like the slop. A Munnings that like the slop. We don't see that very often, right? But you do see this horse winning easily. New pilot aboard, big number, deservedly so.
Back to the Mike Deeney barn for Saratoga Banker.
Yeah, I guess throw out the last effort, obviously. Lost the ride in the last start. In for the new barn. Again, another one. Maybe taking some of that middle action. We'll see.
Big drop in class, too. Here's Dad's Good Runner.
Yeah, again, runner I'm playing against in this spot. I just felt like 3 horses had a shot to win this one.
Makar, 6-1.
Makar, I call the horse all kinds of different names. Name for a hockey player, Makar. But not for me. I actually like that one, the 8.
I actually didn't know where the name came from, so learn something today. Hatch went by, more on him in a moment, and here's KB, see you later?
Yeah, KB, see you later. Turf to dirt, again, not my favorite angle. I just feel like I like to see them get 1 over the dirt, then I'll go back on board. And 5-2 also, very short price for me.
And also taking a big drop in class with the surface switch as well. A little bit interesting as to what he'll do.
The 1, 8, and the 9 seem like the horses. It just seems like from a class standpoint, they seem to make the most sense. And a number standpoint, too. I mean, the numbers, some of these are going to have to run some really big numbers to be able to improve in these spots. So for me, it was the 8. Again, I feel like a 2-1 shot that's cold on the board. You don't really see that often. Manny Franco, the blinkers on. The 8's the pick for me, but I'm a little nervous at that price.
Well, Jonathan Kinchin gave us the winner in the last race. JK, what do you got for us here?
I'm going to try to do it again. I'm not so much nervous. I think the 8 kind of stands out in here. If you look at the last 5 races, I know 2 of those were on turf, but the three of those dirt races were the best dirt races that anything in here has run in recent time. In those 2 turf races, even better. So it just tells me this horse is in great form. Now, is dropping in class, I have no problem with that. Puts the blinkers on, no issue there as well. A horse who's run with blinkers in the past. I just think this horse is better than these other horses. And look, if you want to try to get creative, the problem is that the horses that you're trying to get creative with are the horses at least I feel like are alternatives are the 1 and the 9. And that doesn't really move me because they're not that long of a price compared to what the 8 is. I mean, the 1 Moving Pictures and the 8 keep switching favoritism. So I'm not going to take the 1 when I truly believe that the 8 is better. So not an overly creative opinion, but I don't need the 1 and the 9. If I was looking for someone else in here, it would have to be something like the 2, Excess Demand, as something to kind of be interesting that has some back numbers that you could kind of hope for at a price of 19-1. But give me the 8 on top.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. As Chris and I are still mystified as to the price on the 8 Hatch, thinking that this one would be the favorite on the drop in class. And, you know, maybe what could be scaring off the players would be, Chris, is that this horse is 1 for 19 with 4 seconds. But to be fair, he's not really facing a lot of really winning types in this group either, and I just think he could be finding himself in the right spot.
Yeah, you do end up finding that you gotta place these horses where they can win. I mean, we're trying to get to the winner's circle here. Moving Pictures does have a little bit better record at this distance. I mean,
right.
you feel like that 6 starts with a 1 win, 2 seconds and a third. This horse is a little bit better at the distance, and maybe they wanted that weight break, right? I mean, you do take a look at a 122 last time. Now you get the Apprentice aboard, so you're going to drop a little bit here to the 116 in Rivera Jr. Excess Demand. Yeah, maybe kind of searching for that number, but that was at a maiden $10,000 effort, you know, and I think needs to step up from a class standpoint. To me, it was the 8. And it's not going to scare me away to not wager on the horse, because if I like the horse at 7-5, I should like the horse at 2-1. But I just felt like it just feels cold on the board. Something, I don't know.
Little bit of a surprise. We'll see how it plays out. For more on this field, let's go back to Richie trackside.
Well, Chris, I think you're being a little too hard on yourself, and now you're overthinking it, worrying about a horse being a little cold on the board. You're doing great. Doesn't matter if you pick winners or not. You've got sound reasoning behind it. So the one horse is an absolutely beautiful horse, moving pictures. Like for me, everybody has their idea of what they like a horse to look like. He checks every box for me. I love the way he warmed up too. He framed up beautifully. This is an apprentice rider I'm not familiar with. This time of year, we start seeing an influx of apprentice riders trying to make their name in New York. As we get, further towards the cooler or inclement weather, riders will start going to warmer climes, and it opens up some opportunities for younger riders to make a name for themselves. So, it's always fun for me to kind of pick out and see which apprentice jockeys make that kind of nice impression, and you think that have an opportunity to stick around. But Moving Pictures looks absolutely fantastic, as does Hatch. And listen, Hatch comes from a terrific barn, Carlos Martin. I remember when I was an apprentice, Carlos was coming up with his dad, Jose Martin, and they had so many good horses, and he was known as Computer Carlos. Actually, the Wolfsons actually named a horse for him, Harborview Farms, Computer Carlos, because you can ask him any horse's pedigree, any horse's name, and he knew the whole story and the whole family, and he's been like that since he was a little kid and to the current day. Horse looks terrific, have no problem with him either. Now, we talk about horses' appearances, and usually you like what you see on paper to be kind of solidified by what you see on the racetrack. Well, the 7, Makar, is going to be my top selection, and I'm completely throwing the form away on this. This horse looks too good for me to throw out. I've got to just go with my instincts here and go with the horse that kept catching my eye, that warmed up incredibly well. He's 6-1. I know I'm taking a little bit of a shot. He's going to have to run faster than he ever has before, but this horse won me over in the warm-up. And, Chris, you brought up Makar, a hockey player. Well, hockey season's right around the corner. Nothing I like better, if I can't be at Madison Square Garden to root on my Rangers, to be home at the farm with the fireplace on, watching my Rangers go. So a little bit of a hunch, and also just instinct. This horse looks too good for me to let pass by.
Are trackside confessions back with Richie?
I don't know.
I like it.
I'm on board. I like him. He giving me the confidence, firing me up.
The Mig endorsed you?
Look at that. He was aboard the horse, the John Kimmel horse, right? In the gate drill, and went right to the winner's circle. So hopefully we're going to do the same thing. But the Makar story is funny because I went through so many different pronunciations. And then finally, I think the horse won. And then I said something about the name. And then the whole world on Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it, they're like, oh, well, clearly it's Makar. It's everyone knows the defenseman for, I want to say the Avalanche. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Track announcers. I would not be the first track announcer that was hard on himself once in a while.
I'm sure. Well, sometimes you get some names I looked at and said, oh, just really pity the track announcer with trying to figure out how to pronounce this name. So now we know the backstory. We know Richie's ready for hockey, and we've got the 7th race coming up. Let's see who wins it and gets the 2nd win of their career. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Saratoga Banker along with Excess Demand. Excess Demand on the inside, Saratoga Banker on the outside, and the two of them hook up early. They open up 2.5 lengths on Moving Pictures in 3rd. On the outside is KB, See You Later, next in 4th. Then it's Makar in 5th. Hatch, the gray on the outside, runs in 6th. MB's Munning is next to last, and the trailer is a Dad's Good Runner. The battle up front continues through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Saratoga Banker in the blue blinkers on the outside. Excess Demand is down at the rail. KB, See You Later is now just a length from the front runners. Then comes Makar. Hatch will be widest of all coming into the stretch as Moving Pictures looks to rally down at the rail. The half mile in 45 and 4/5 seconds. Saratoga Banker, Excess Demand, Moving Pictures at the rail. KB, See You Later in the white blinkers coming on now. And then it is Hatch. Here comes Moving Pictures, moving up the inside now to take over the lead. And it is Moving Pictures on to win it here by a length and a half. McCarr got second, Photo for third.
Number 1, Moving Pictures with the win. Gutsy ride by apprentice Luis Rivera Jr. And Chris, I know you've gotten a chance to follow this rider over at Monmouth, and he rode a very good second in the last race and sneaking up the inside for the win here in the 7th.
Yeah, his dad rides in the Midwest, and he's taught him very well. He says he talks to his dad right after he's done, usually every single time he rides. And look at that, coming up the rail, gutsy for an apprentice to be able to do that, muscle on through there. The 8 hatch loses the crop right there, you do see. So that, whether the horse is going to win the race or not because of that, who knows? But great ride there by Rivera Jr., and it's a name that I think you'll continue to hear. He's going the right direction, and he knows how to ride, that's for sure.
Absolutely. As right there, you'll see on the outside, it looks like, and there goes the crop, it looks like Manny Franco was struggling with the 8 hatch to get him to switch his leads, as he was being a little bit reluctant. He was a little tough to handle, and he was kind of going back and forth with his hands with the crop, and that's when it just ended up going flying.
Yeah, he started to wander around in the stretch. I mean, he just kind of seemed, he had the blinkers on, and he was looking around a bit and just kind of wasn't keeping to his task. And it did get bet down to that 7-5, so you do get right on that morning line. But it just into the far turn, you didn't think that the 8 was really going to run by, and then you go into the stretch and then, just didn't get it done. But Moving Pictures looked a picture on the track, as Mick pointed out, and the horse gets right to the winner's circle, and McCarr ran okay.
McCarr ran second at 5-1. He went down a bit, but that was the horse that Richie just loved from a physical perspective, and he ran very well. It was 1-7-8-2 in the 7th. Belmont at the Big A. Apprentice Luis Rivera Jr. with the victory here. Coming up the inside, and a nice effort for trainer Rudy Rodriguez Jr. We will bring you prices, reactions, and more when we come back. We'll also recap the graded stakes action from yesterday as the Euros sweep the Turf Triple Series for the fillies. Eternal Hope victorious in the Jockey Club Oaks. More on her performance after this on America's Day at the Races.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS1, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Moving pictures move right into the winner's circle in race number 7. Apprentice jockey Luis Rivera Jr. with a very nice effort coming up the inside, a name I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot of, and he is standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. I'm thrilled to interview Luis Rivera Jr. here, because this was a really nice ride. You were patient, you got through on the rail, and you finished really well on this horse.
Thank you, man. Yeah, by the 3/8, I asked him a little bit just to get into a better position, because I was right behind the legs of the horse number 2. And I realized I got horse because he pulled me to the legs. So I said, well, I have to wait because I don't have nowhere to go. And whenever we got on the stretch, he left a little hole in the rail, and I decided to go through it because I don't have no other option.
Well, it worked out really well. Now, you're a graduate of the Jockey School in Puerto Rico now as well. So, and you finished high school, we were talking. Yeah. And your dad, terrific rider, I got to ride with. He rides in Ohio now.
Yeah, he's a nice rider. Thank you for that, man. Yeah, he rides at Ohio at Thistledown. He's currently little rider over there.
And now, what's your plan for the winter? I know Jimmy Riccio has your book. You're digging in here now in New York.
Yeah, Jimmy Riccio got my book. So, yeah, I'll spend the winter here in Parks.
Well, this has to be a thrill for you, your first ever New York winner.
Yeah, my first winner, man. I so happy with the trainer, happy with the owner. They give me the opportunity, happy with Jimmy that here working every day, man. So happy for everything that's going on right now, man.
First of many.
Thank you, man. Yeah, hopefully.
Guys, I think this is an apprentice we got to keep an eye on. He's got all the tools and he's got the right attitude. This is going to be a good winter. I think we're going to have a lot of young talent.
Looking forward to following his career, a young rider with a lot of promise. $7 winner, Moving Pictures. A terrific ride from Luis Rivera Jr., learning a little bit more about his backstory, and be exciting to see him throwing his hat in the ring throughout the winter. And I love when we get a chance to see Mig with young riders like that. And I know he takes such pride and so much interest in some young riders coming up, and you can see someone with a lot of potential.
Yeah, and it's quite, for me, because it's an introduction in some ways, right? To be able to see them in the program and to be able to see them, you know, they're named to ride, but then to see the performance and to understand that he got a chance to ride with his dad and have that connection and be able to talk to him. I'm sure he'll talk to him again, you know, after this effort. And yeah, Luis Rivera Jr., I've had an opportunity to talk to him, and I did a quick little interview with him as well. Not as good as Mig just did, but a pretty good one. But yeah, he's an emerging rider. He's got a great spirit, great smile, knows how to handle the camera, knows how to handle a horse. Gets in the winner's circle. That's great.
A nice effort for sure. Looking forward to hearing more from him throughout the winter here in New York. Well, yesterday we had the Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks to wrap up the Turf Triple Series for the fillies, and much like the first 2 legs, it was a European invader to get the win. The pace, though, Chris, was hotter, I think, than we anticipated, as Stephanie's Charm was a runoff on the front end, and closing from the outside, Eternal Hope, actually her first victory on the grass.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see more and more honest pace in turf races and the distance turf races. But the thing about the European runners, we talk about that turn of foot and that, you know, whether you want to use the term devastating turn of foot, I think that's kind of reserved for the real superstars of the game. But the Europeans just seem to they like that big stretch run when they do get some room, and they do catch some of those fractions up front. You know they're going to be there at the end. Jamie Spencer handling the horse quite well, gets the finish, and they always just seem to know where the wire is too. They always get up in time.
Another victory for a European runner in the series. Have to give a shout out, though, to Nisi Marie, who scratched out of the winter memories in favor of running there in the Jockey Club Oaks instead for trainer Butch Reed. She ran too well to lose. That was a huge effort from the runner-up.
Yeah, Butch Reed, a name that I know quite well, covered him plenty, and yeah, she ran her race. It just wasn't quite good enough to be able to just hold her off. But, you know, that's the way it works out. You got to just put forth the best effort that you can. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. Would have been a big number, right? Would have been a big price. So the bettors were definitely probably snapping the fingers a little bit trying to get her home. But there you go. Godolphin Silks once again.
An 82 buyer speed figure for the race for Eternal Hope. So as we had anticipated going into the race, maybe not the fastest addition, but another European filly. Interestingly enough, both Aspen Grove and Elusive Princess are staying in the U.S. with different trainers, and I believe both pointing to the QE2 at Keeneland, but some European horses that were able to take on that Turf Triple Series. As far as Eternal Hope, Jamie Spencer telling me yesterday he thinks that she likes a little bit more cut in the ground.
Okay.
She's just able to overcome
Okay.
and just a little bit better, as is often the case with those European turf horses that face our American turf runners.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And it's interesting, with a little more given turf, you start to think about the fall, and you start to think about, as we get into different parts of the year, where is that going to end up being, as you do talk about, and you look at the Breeders' Cup races and whatnot, the West Coast, and, I think you're going to see more firm turf courses. So it's kind of interesting that you're looking for the cut in the ground. You talk about the QE2. Outside of that, though, where do you kind of go from there, I guess?
Will be interesting to see if we'll see Eternal Hope stateside again. But taking a look at what else is coming up next weekend, we've got a jam-packed stakes schedule, kicking things off with the New York Reds and the John Hettinger on Friday. The New York Reds with the Ashley Cole on Saturday, Noble Damsel as well, and then New York Reds with the 2-year-olds, the Bertram F. Bongard and the Joseph A. Jimma on Sunday. So looking forward to all of that exciting stakes action. And coming up this week, we'll have a chance to learn a little bit about the story of the Little Brown Jug. Not only is it an important race, but there's a tremendous history associated with it.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Late was she would be a third-generation homebred from one of our families. And she broke her maiden impressively at 2. She was briefly on the Oaks Trail, then came back as a 3-year-old later in the year and won the Alabama and the Belle Dame. And then as a 4-year-old, I won the Delaware Handicap, had that famous stretch battle at Saratoga with Abel Tasman. And then she came back as a 5-year-old and had another famous stretch battle in Saratoga with Midnight Pursuit. She got bested both times, but it wasn't for lack of trying. So she was a fantastic race mare, and we just hope that she can carry on her tenacity in her foals. So she has a Tappet colt, she has a Spice Song yearling colt, and a 2-year-old Warfront filly. My dad purchased Wild Applause back in the early 90s, and she's been an outstanding mare for us. A lot of our families have come from her, including like Praise, Flatter. Wild Applause has been fantastic, which has gone on to a Yell, which has had many daughters, and they're starting to produce really top-level runners as well. So Late's continuing on. The family's been unbelievable to us. She's obviously helped make it for doing what she did. Hopefully it won't end anytime soon, and she will have plenty of foals and daughters that will carry on her legacy.
Clay Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. You're watching America's Day at the Races, seeing some scenics of beautiful Claiborne Farm in Kentucky. Coming up this week on our show on September 21st on FS2, we'll be on from 1 to 7 p.m. and that will also feature the Little Brown Jug along with the Hambletonian for the Trotters. Is one of the most coveted races for standardbreds, and we'll have an opportunity to learn a little bit more about the history and the impact on the community.
The first edition of the Little Brown Jug was contested at the Delaware County Fairgrounds north of Columbus, Ohio in 1946. Known in the sport as the Jug, each year the Pacing Classic attracts harness racing's brightest stars, and fans pack the stands in America's heartland to witness one of the most coveted contests in the sport over the storied half-mile oval.
I served my first tray of pop in the grandstand when I was 13. And so I haven't left since.
10 years after its inception, the Little Brown Jug sealed its place in history when it became the penultimate jewel of the Triple Crown for pacers. The list of winners includes some of the greatest horses to ever participate in harness racing, such as Brett Hanover, Niatross, Fan Hanover, Nihilator, and Beach Towel.
Beach Towel! Showing his heels to the field!
There is nothing on the planet like the Delaware backstretch. The Ferris wheel spins and fans consume cotton candy, elephant ears, steak burgers, and ice cream while they get up close and personal with North American harness racing's most prolific performers in the Little Brown Jug Horse Barn. The Jug occupies a special place in harness racing, which for more than 2 centuries has been prevalent at county fairs. But the event is also exceptional for the community and the thousands who travel from all corners of the continent to attend. With 40 to 50,000 fans on the grounds, people lock lawn chairs in place to preserve a seat as early as Memorial Day for the 3rd Thursday in September.
Delaware is very prideful of the race, and they love it. They enjoy it. They take Thursday off. The schools are closed. The banks are closed. The whole community gets in. There's volunteers that are helping us throughout. Organizations that are helping us, and I mean, we have an awful lot of employees and volunteers, and a lot of that comes right here from Delaware.
For the first time in the Little Brown Jug's history, the event provides a $1 million purse, which only heightens the excitement and bolsters the legacy of the race in the annals of history.
The Little Brown Jug coming up on Thursday. Love getting a chance to learn a little bit more about the history, the importance of the event. And Chris, I know you got a chance to cover a little harness racing on the show once too. And as we were talking about, it's, what did you say, on Pennsylvania Avenue.
In Delaware, Ohio.
In Delaware, Ohio.
How
there
fantastic
you go.
is that? A little confusing, but that's pretty awesome, too.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to have worked out that way. And it's nice to watch some standardbreds, and you do see how much it means to the community.
Yes.
I think that's the biggest thing that continues to, whether it's thoroughbred, whether it's standardbred, it means so much to the people in that community. That'll be fun to watch, fun to cover, and hopefully have a winner, right?
Yeah, try to pick some winners. I love it. And I'm from New England, so I love anything that has to do with the county fair. My parents went to the Big E yesterday, 2 days ago.
Okay.
And I saw them last night, and they brought me back cream puffs and kettle corn and maple candy.
Well, I'm from Los Angeles. What do you think? We don't have county fairs there with the?
Of course. There's no Big E, is what I'm saying. The Big E has state houses for all the New England states. You have, like, there's Connecticut Day. It's always on a Wednesday. I'm born and raised in Connecticut. And you have to go to the Big E on Connecticut Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as specific in Los Angeles to make sure that you really get to this said location, because it's pretty much everybody from everywhere. I learned kettle corn when I came to the East Coast. So East Coast does a lot of things a little bit better than LA. I miss LA, but yes.
I support the cattle corn. I would imagine that
The bag is too big.
Actually, the first races I ever saw was at the Northampton Fair in New England, which was pretty cool, too. Let's head down, get a paddock report for Richie. Race 8, a mile and an eighth on the main track.
Acacia, they don't run there anymore, but I'm always in Great Barrington. It's about 45 minutes from my house, and the greatest market, Guido's. Best butcher, best fish market, best produce. I always go to Great Barrington. It's right across from the old grandstand, and the racetrack's still there. It looks like a turf course now, though. Let's start from the inside here, and our new friend, Louis Rivera Jr. on Southern District. Listen, Horatio DePaz, the conditioner here, does terrific work, and this horse is just so well turned out, and he gets a good advantageous inside draw with a rider we know is not afraid to marry to the rail in this apprentice rider, Louis Rivera. I just love the way he looks. He stands out. He's going to have to improve, but I like what I'm seeing. And he does have a race here at Aqueduct that would put him squarely in the frame. The 3-horse Film Star, he could be a film star. He could be a rock star. He could not look any better. I just am taken with how well prepared he is and how good he looks. And, again, everybody has their idea of what a horse should look like, and he fits the bill for me. And just a real confident, kind of a cool dude individual. Really like what I'm seeing from your favorite here. And the 7 Constitutional Lawyer, not a great post position, has run races good enough also to put him in the frame if he runs one of his better races. But he checks the boxes, makes a nice impression. I do like what I'm seeing from him as well, but nobody really compares to the 3-horse Film Star. He is just a standout.
Richie, thank you. Film Star, we'll see if he can repeat that effort last time out at Saratoga. If he does, they're going to have a tough time catching him. He's 3-5 right now for Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz. We'll talk about him and the rest of this field a little bit more after this on America's Day at the Races.
They say breed the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Inside Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We'll meet the field for race 8. We're going 1 1/8 miles on the main track. I think our first 9-furlong race of the meet here at the Big A. 3-year-olds and upwards. Starting off is Louis Rivera Jr. will look for another one with Southern District.
Yeah, cutting back in distance. Ran 1 1/4 there at Parks and now comes back, finished behind a horse that, you know, does quite well at that distance. Playing against at that 16-1.
Wild Banker with Irad Ortiz.
So I do like this horse. I like this horse quite a bit here. It's only 2 buyer points less than the horse that people like, and that's the 3 Film Star.
And there he is, Film Star, off that big effort last time out.
Needs to regress. Goes back to that last race. This horse is going to win. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, top connections.
Before that, though, it was 5 second-place finishes. Here's Ironworks for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, we'll see. If Todd Pletcher, Jose Gomez trying to team up here would be a surprise for me, but 4-1, a little short.
And Constitution Lawyer to the outside.
Yeah, this one, if you take a look at that last effort, what do you take from that? 6 beaten 19 off slow, just had a little bit of trouble. Should run a lot better, and 7-1, you will be rewarded.
See how it pans out. Bright Future did come back to win the Jockey Club Gold Cup, a Grade 1 winner at closing weekend at Saratoga. For more on this field, though, let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, guys, look, I don't necessarily trust the 3 Film Star. This horse, ran well up at Saratoga on a handful of occasions, ran well twice. But there's something about those 2 performances that just don't sit right with me in terms of a horse who's 2-5. I think a horse that might be a little bit more interesting with a little bit more upside is the 4 Ironworks. I heard Chris mention the price on Ironworks. It just already creeped up a little bit. I think you might actually get another possible creep with Ironworks. You got to remember it's a My Racehorse horse, and a lot of times those horses will take a lot of money in the win pool. It's micro shares of ownership. So a lot of people sitting at home right now own a piece of Ironworks and want to bet $5, $10. That adds up and can really impact the prices here. Ironworks has 2 races, albeit on sloppy racetracks or a muddy racetrack, that can absolutely win this. Now, you have to ask yourself, did this horse run so well because of the condition of the racetrack, or is there a little bit of talent there? And at 5-1 and possibly even higher by the time they break away from there, I think Ironworks at least deserves a shot betting into the teeth of Film Star, who's 2-5. I respect what Richie has to say about how this horse looks physically, but that 2-5 is hard for me to swallow.
Fair enough, Jonathan. Thank you. Very short price on Film Star right now. For what it's worth with Ironworks, and we'll get back to him in a moment. Here's Film Star's last race. Now, this is when he was able to wire the field and pull away for a win at 1 1/8, which is the distance they're going to go today. And I know that he got this win, Chris, but one thing that concerns about me is that prior to that, he had 5 second-place finishes in a row. Is he going to be able to repeat this effort? Is he going to go back to some of his previous antics, if you want to call it that, on the racetrack? What are we going to get from him today?
Yeah, so I like the 2, so I'm hoping that, it's going to regress a little bit, come back to the field. The horse was expected to do that, was favored in that last effort, so really did everything you were expecting a horse that's going to be odds on to get the job done. At that 1-2 price, I just felt like the 2 Wild Banker, this horse seems to stack up against this horse, is not that far off numbers-wise. Yes, that was a career top, it looks like, that the horse ran last time out at the 1 1/8. This horse also likes the surface. The horse has won here 6 times. You're talking about a 6-year-old gelding, over $400,000 in earnings, and Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to be aboard. So, to me, there's a lot to like about the 2. Coming in, we knew the 3 was going to be a short price. So when a horse is going to be a short price, am I looking around trying to beat the horse? Yeah, probably. But I feel like the 2 gives me an opportunity to make that case. Needs to run better, but has a shot.
You brought up an interesting point with his record here. We'll see if he can pick up another win today. For more, let's go back to Richie.
Well, I think we're starting to think on the same wavelength, Chris, because watching the horses warm up, I wound up on the 2 Wild Banker. I have the luxury of being able to call audibles and react to what I see, where when you do, like talking horses, or you got to make your picks early, you don't have that luxury. Well, he won me over. I love the way he warmed up under Irad Ortiz Jr. I love the fact, too, that he has those 6 wins at Aqueduct. 20 starts here, 10 times 1, 2, 3. Maybe we're looking at a little bit of a horse for a course kind of deal. Wild Banker will be my top selection. Listen, Film Star is beautiful. He looks great. I do think he's a very short price for a horse that has accumulated a lot of seconds and who was beaten narrowly by Constitution Lawyer, the outside runner, a couple of starts back. Ironworks also made a nice impression, warmed up well. Todd Pletcher runner certainly elevates in my eyes just because Jonathan likes him, and I respect Jonathan's opinion. And the 7 Constitutional Lawyer, like I said, last was too bad to be true. And somebody much smarter than me years ago said, never crown a horse a champion off of 1 race and never dismiss a horse off of 1 race. You got to look at an overall body of work, and if you look at his overall body of work, he certainly is a contender. I don't know what happened last time, but that was not him, and I'll forgive it the one time. But hey, Wild Banker, why not? Let's do it. 9-2 now.
Mig and Chris on the number 2, Wild Banker, getting a nice price. I like it. Good luck, gentlemen. And we'll see if he can build off of that 3rd place finish, which, as you mentioned, Chris, from the buyer's beat figure, just 2 points lower than what we saw from Film Star last time out.
Yeah, and you knew you were going to get a better price. There was no doubt about that. 9-2, I'm fine with. None of us are on the favorite. It's Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz. I'm a little worried how this story ends. I've seen this story before, but yeah, I'm going to take 9-2 every day of the week versus 2-5. We'll see if Wild Banker can do it. I think we got the right pilot aboard. I think we get the right journey. Pace-wise, we'll see what happens. Smaller field. Maybe the 7 shows a little bit more forwardly placed in this spot. It's a nice race, 2-5, too short, but again, top connections, so we'll see.
2-5, a very short price. And some interesting notes from Richie on the 7, Constitution Lawyer. If he did not have that last start, which was so disappointing, albeit behind a next out Grade 1 winner, he'd be a shorter price in the 6-1 right now. 1-2 now on the favorite, going 1 mile and an 1/8. Here's Johnny I with the call.
Number 7, Constitution Lawyer, goes in to complete the 5-horse field. And they're set to go 9 furlongs here at Aqueduct. And they're off. Film Star right to the front. Southern District is down at the rail, and Ironworks is on the outside. Then comes Wild Banker and Constitution Lawyer as they head into the clubhouse turn. And it is Film Star, the big favorite here, who has the lead, and the lead is a length. Southern District down at the rail, and alongside is Ironworks. Then comes Constitution Lawyer and Wild Banker. The field continues around the turn, heads for the backstretch after a quarter, 25-2. Film Star leads here now by 2 lengths. Ironworks, Southern District, they are right together, 2nd and 3rd. Constitution Lawyer on the outside in 4th, and Wild Banker is next in 5th. Wild Banker about 4 lengths from the lead. Film Star in front, right from the get-go, continues to lead here by about a length. Ironworks second by a head. Southern District is down at the rail. Then Constitution Lawyer and Wild Banker. So positions unchanged after a 1/2 mile and 51 seconds. And it is Film Star who has the lead here by a length. Ironworks, Constitution Lawyer now moving up on the outside. Southern District is back in 4th, and Wild Banker is the trailer. Midway around the far turn, it's Film Star leading by 3/4 of a length. Constitution Lawyer has moved into 2nd. Ironworks now back running in 3rd. Then comes Wild Banker and Southern District as they hit the top of the stretch. It is Film Star with the lead. Jose Ortiz took a peek back, and it is Constitution Lawyer who's giving chase, but Film Star has now opened up a 3-length lead. Constitution Lawyer in 2nd, then Ironworks and Wild Banker. Film Star really never had an anxious moment. Film Star, much the best, wins here by a 6 lengths. Constitution Lawyer was 2nd, Ironworks 3rd.
We wondered, could he do it again? And it turns out he can. Film Star makes it 2 wins in a row. Never really asked even in the stretch. Jose Ortiz just kind of fanning that riding crop, Chris. He was much the best.
The fractions. I mean, come on. You take a look at the pace there. What was that, 25-2? Is that what I saw as the opening quarter there? 51 half-mile time. Nobody really went with the early speed. When that happens with a quality horse for a quality barn for, you know, a top rider, this is how it's going to end up. 2-5, you know, we kind of talked about it as they started going into the gate. It's all handicapping after the race is over. My top selection just wasn't really into it. Needed much, much quicker fractions than that to show a best performance. Jose Ortiz does it again. Looked like the BD Saints race earlier. They do it again here with Film Star.
Yeah, a 2-year-old earlier on the turf. Jose Ortiz and Linda Rice wired the field with BD Saints, wiring the field on the main track with an older horse today in this race with Film Star. And a nice effort from Constitution Lawyer. It looked like he might kind of swoop by and run down that favorite, but the favorite just too good. But at least he showed some life today after such a disappointing effort last time out.
Yeah, you want to get to the winner's circle, of course, but you do take a look at this 2nd place effort and you say, okay, that's 6 beaten 19. We knew that was going to be a throwout. The horse obviously came back and redeemed himself a little bit, ran much, much better here 2nd off the layoff. Maybe want to take a look at 3rd off the layoff type runner and when you look at next time. But Constitution Lawyer, could he have gone a little bit earlier? Who knows? I mean, again, we can handicap all day long, but the favorite got the job done, set the tempo. Usually when that happens, these are the results you're going to get. But Exacta maybe spices up a little bit there, 7-1.
Yeah, longest shot on the board, or second longest shot, I should say. The one was the longest shot on the board. Constitution Lawyer 7-1 in second. 3-7-4-2, 2 wins today for jockey Jose Ortiz as he brings the favorite back to the winner's circle. And while we have people winning here on the racetrack, there's also plenty of other horsemen that are not here with us today because they're over at the Keeneland Sales Ground searching for that next champion. Quality group of yearlings. We'll take a look at some of the big fireworks they've seen over there so far.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We knew that this horse was going to be a short price favorite, but he delivered. Film Star takes them gate to wire, makes it 2 big wins in a row. Second win today as well for jockey Jose Ortiz, who's standing by with Richie.
Well, Film Star was very good, but I think we got to give the Academy Award for slowing the pace down to Jose Ortiz. Jose, he just got so comfortable and just looked so relaxed on a slow pace.
Yeah, he broke really sharp, which he always does, and I was able to take the lead going to the first turn and to slow things down. It was great.
And he just looked like his stride was just so efficient because he was so quiet. I mean, how good does that feel when you're nodding along going that slow down the backstretch?
Well, he's such a class horse. If they would have put pressure on him, he would have go faster, doing it easy. But if they let him slow down, he listens to what I tell him, and just telling him with my hand, just slow down and tell you when to go. When I ask him to go, he was there for me every step of the way.
Well, you guys really finished, came home the last 3 furlongs in 35 seconds. You took a peek about the 5/16 pole and kind of sat a little quieter. And then you took another look about the 3/16 pole. You saw Constitutional Lawyer there when you asked him, but he sprinted home.
Yeah, he did. I just didn't want to move early. I felt when he got beat in Saratoga, I moved a little bit too soon. So I wanted to make sure I could hold him together as long as I could and give him one good run. And that's what we did.
Seems like you have such a great rapport, great relationship with Linda. You work a lot of horses over there. You're a part of the team. How much confidence is it when a trainer has the kind of confidence she has in you?
It's great because, as you know, as a rider, things can change when the door open. And she can say some instructions, but at the end of the day, she always tells me, you figure it out. And that gives me free rein to call an audible when I have to. And I mean, it's great. I know the horse is great. I get on most of them in the morning, and I mean, when you get on a horse for the morning, helps a lot because you know that horse a little bit more sometimes it's hard to figure it out in one race. Then you say, okay, let me ride him back because I think I got something. But when you get him on them in the morning, it's a lot easier.
Well, you're doing a great job, and it's just fun to watch you ride. And talk about calling audibles. This man calls audibles better than Tom Brady.
How about that? I love it, Meg. Thank you, Jose Ortiz. Little taps on the shoulder for film star, but he was the star of this race, Chris. And I always say Jose gives such interesting insight after the races, too, in the way that he looks at a race and the way he approaches it.
Yeah, and it continues to be the respect that I've got personally, and I know a lot of people that are watching the show right now have for jockeys, and that when he talks about the morning and getting on them in the morning, I mean, this is a full-time gig. It's not just riding in the afternoon and getting to the winner's circle. You know, to be a top rider and to get top horses, there's a lot of work that has to happen in the morning. It's tough for me to get up at 6, 7. You know, they're getting up very, very early, but then you see the results, right? You see it on the racetrack. Short price, but got the job done.
Shortest price so far in the sequence, no surprise. They are just one race left to go. Well, as you might have noticed, a lot of interviews with jockeys here this week at Belmont at the Big A, and that's because a lot of the horsemen are over at the Keeneland Sales Grounds looking for the next star. The Keeneland September yearling sale going on until September 23rd. I believe they are in book 4 now.
Okay.
I've lost track. It might be further than that. I don't know what day it is sometimes. But anyway, there have been some big fireworks going on over there so far. As is always the case, the Keeneland sale is just full of big pedigrees, particularly in Book 1. So much excitement. You're always kind of looking for that future star because it's great when you have some big runners on the racetrack, but it's even more exciting as it seems like all you have to do is buy an Uncle Mo or an Into Mischief over at Keeneland right now. But so far, the sales topper, Chris, and hard to imagine you'll see much more than $3 million for a yearling. Into Mischief out of Nona Mia, making this one the half-brother to Grade 1 Wood Memorial winner outwork.
Yeah, the formula is there. I mean, it just seems like take a look at that sire line and just take a look at some of those pedigrees and get a good shot of the horses. And it's nice to kind of lose track of the books, right? You say that means there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of yearlings to participate in. And I know that many people have got a great eye and a nice ability to not only get those high-priced horses, but also maybe find that horse that kind of just sneaks on by that you get another opportunity for as they get older. So we'll see.
Sometimes you have to be a little bit creative, too, if you don't have the big budget for a horse like the Into Mischief out of Nona Mia. But I would imagine some big, exciting things for that colt moving forward and some really, really just beautiful yearlings that have gone through the ring so far. And we'll see them as 2-year-olds next summer in Saratoga. As we wrap up the day on the turf, race 9 coming up. It's a New York bred allowance race going 1 mile and the 16th on the turf at 3-year-olds and upward. And we'll see, speaking of outwork and Nona Mia, trained by Todd Fletcher, as he's got the chance in the nightcap coming up. First time on the turf for the number 5, Bourbon Chase. We'll learn a little bit more about the Hall of Famer's career and eyeing some big chances in the Breeders' Cup.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
He ran them off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's going to give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the relationship.
He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you," you know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel forward, stay thirsty, Alice Malice, Quality Road, left bank, cross traffic, Lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, family's family and this is a business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
Being a a horseman, not just a profession, but truly a way of life. Todd Pletcher has had quite the 2023, though, as of course we saw big performances from Forte, winning the Florida Derby, winning the Jim Dandy, but bright future, pretty exciting, wrapping up the Saratoga meet with the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and as always, you can count on the barn, Chris, to come forth with some big names and big horses.
Yeah, it's tough when you start making graphics, right? When you start running out of space for all the names of all the champions that you can list for trainer Todd Pletcher, but continues to do it, continues to have champions. You talk about Ness, you talk about Forte, you talk about Farbridge, who's been very impressive in his own right. So he just continues to roll, and he does it, and it's fun to watch, it's fun to call.
Todd Pletcher, he has a chance in the nightcap with Bourbon Chase, first time on the turf for this son of Practical Joke, and he was not a main track only in those last two races, including the one that he won on the main track. They wanted to get him on the grass, and he'll finally get to do that today. Horses in the paddock for the nightcap, Belmont at the Big A, New York bred allowance. Let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. This is just such a deep, contentious field. I feel like you can probably come up with 5 or 6 different horses that you feel pretty good about. But let's start with the 2, Sonic Speed. He's just making a really nice impression here in the paddock. I like what I'm seeing from him. And full disclosure, I made friends with a bunch of the partners here, a bunch of guys that grew up in my old neighborhood, as a matter of fact. Well, they all went to Madison High School. If I had actually gone to high school, I would have went to Lincoln High School. Instead, I chose to go to the University of Belmont Park. But he looks good, and I think if he can work out a decent trip, he makes a lot of sense. The 5 horse, Bourbon Chase from the Todd Pletcher barn, it looks outstanding. But typical of what you would expect from a horseman of Todd Pletcher's caliber here with Bourbon Chase. Really very well turned out, and you get Irad Ortiz Jr. Whistler's Honor. Boy, what a big, solid individual this is. Man, he really caught my eye. You know how sometimes a horse, Acacia, you're down here in the paddock, they'll just keep attracting your attention. Well, that's what happened here with the 6 Whistler's Honor. And then the 8 Shin Sun, bred by Addition Farm, Mrs. Vivian Malloy, just an amazing woman. Addition Farm, about 15 minutes from where I live up in the Hudson Valley now. He looks tremendous, and I'm a big Barclay Tagg fan. I'm just, old school horsemanship. There's nothing that can replace that common sense, day-to-day hard work, and, again, old school horsemanship, and he looks fantastic. This might be one of the better days I've ever seen him, as a matter of fact, with Shin Sun. So Dylan Davis, who's coming off a really big day yesterday up in Canada with Carson's Run. What a huge run from a 2-year-old up in the turf course there, and finished like an old horse the way he got the job done. It's kind of an exciting prospect there. But again, guys, this is a deep, contentious field. Should be fun to watch.
Looking forward to it. Richie, thank you. Shin Sun by a Shin Forward. For those who may not know, a Shin Forward raced over in Japan, was a New York bred, brought back to the States by Mrs. Malloy, bred a few mares, and has since been gelded and retired to old friends at Cabin Creek. So next year, when you're back in Saratoga, you can go visit him.
Wow.
Globe-trotting New York bred.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I globe-trotted a time or two, actually, earlier in my career. But yes, I mean, you do take a look at some of the runners down there. Mick knows everybody, by the way. He makes friends with everybody everywhere he goes. He just makes friends. Then they go out to dinner. They hang out. It's fantastic.
I love it.
I like that he was talking about the 2 Sonic Speed, who is my top choice in this race. And we saw the 2 already, and you're getting a look at some of the other runners in this race. Multiple wins. I think that's kind of one thing when, from a condition standpoint, you do take a look at quite a few of these horses have only got that 1 career win. My top pick, Sonic Speed, has got 3, and so does Timbuktu down towards the inside, who's the one taking all the action right now at 7-2. So I just think when a horse has seen the winner's circle multiple times, that's a horse that I'm going to gravitate towards. I like Trevor McCarthy. Seen him plenty on this surface, and now you see the 10 Noble Huntsman. A big number there, 31-1. So this is a big price here. Katie Davis is going to be aboard. The blinkers do come off. Wasn't for me, but this is a horse that at a big price for a pilot that continues to do some nice things. And maybe the Trevor McCarthy and then mentioning of Katie Davis, right? Just kidding.
Yeah, Katie Davis won a race earlier. Her husband, jockey Trevor McCarthy, will be aboard the 2 Sonic Speed, who both Richie and Chris did like. And quickly about the conditions, as you said, multiple winner Sonic Speed. This is a first level allowance race for New York breds, but this is a horse who was running in claiming races, so that still makes him eligible for this field. Now we're taking a look at the number 7 LaChase, who this is a horse who started out with so so much promise at the beginning of his career, finishing third in the race we're looking at in the Grade 2 Pilgrim. As a 2-year-old, he's now just making his second start for Mike Maker. Was beaten last time by Program Trading, who we know now is very, very good.
Yeah, and Program Trading, yes, obviously stamped that form. But LaChase was a horse that I was playing against in this spot. And I talked with Andy earlier when we did the show earlier this morning. You know, Mike Maker, Manny Franco, Top Connections, horses floating up from that 5-2 morning line price. I just think from a handicapping standpoint, from a better standpoint, you either got to be on board and all in on a horse like this. It's tackling some older rivals that have won multiple races versus, you know, completely leaving this horse off of your tickets. And so I chose the latter. I'm going to take this horse completely out of my you know, top 4 really in this spot. Okay. So I don't have LaChase there. I'm playing against. I like the 2. I just think Sonic Speed is going to get the right trip, and it does seem like a race where you could see 4-5 with a chance in that final furlong.
LaChase, as mentioned, beaten by Program Trading, who of course would go on to win the Saratoga Derby in his subsequent start. Richie had some good things to say about the horse at the bottom of your screen right now, Whistler's Honor, and I agree. He is a big, solid son of Tonalist. He really carries his condition, and it's my theory that he takes a little time, given his size and how much substance he has, to kind of get his feet underneath of him. And I think even though he was the favorite last time on the good turf course at Saratoga, it just kind of took him a little bit of time to get his run going in that effort, Whistler's Honor. So we'll see if he, now third off the layoff, can get a little bit of a smoother trip and a smoother run. We'll meet the field, starting things off with your 7-2 favorite, Timbuktu.
Timbuktu, there you see a multiple winner there for trainer Rick Dutrow, who's had a nice return. 4-year-old colt has a shot.
Your top pick, the 2, Sonic Speed.
I like the price. I like 7-1. I like Trevor McCarthy. I like him in the finales. I've called him a winner many times in the finales here.
Big price on the 3, Giramonte.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big number, would surprise.
Another long shot. Here's Barrel of Quest.
Another one that would surprise. Another one deserving to be a big number like that. We'll see.
First time on the turf for the 5, Bourbon Chase. Not a ton of turf pedigree on the bottom side. The practical chokes certainly can handle it.
Yeah, I got to trust Todd Pletcher that he can point this one in the right direction. And they tried to get on turf, too.
Whistler's Honor, that big son of Tonalist we talked about.
Yeah, 5th beat in the length last time out as a beaten favorite. Does make sense.
LaChase, no Program Trading to face in here.
Yeah, no Program Trading this afternoon. I'm going to play against, though.
Shinson, got some good notes in the paddock from Richie.
Yeah, fantastic notes by you as well, and we'll see if Dylan Davis can get this runner into the winner's circle.
More Than a Feeling, last out winner, though, on dirt.
Yeah, was the favorite in the last 2 starts. I think just a little bit too tough a company here.
Noble Huntsman, you touched on, blinkers off.
Big price once again, 33-1, but Katie Davis would not surprise at that number.
Be of Courage, just missed last time out.
Yeah, this is one that I put on the ticket, put in the exacta. Does make some sense, and 4-1 seems like the right price.
P Money, 35-1 right now.
Luis Rivera Jr. has kind of been a little bit of a story here. Another big price here with the outside. Could be a pace presence here in a race where there is some kind of suspect speed, so we'll see what happens with the 12.
Got the win last time out. As there is a look at the number 11, Be of Courage, with that big late run last time out. For more in this field, one more to go. Let's check in with Jonathan.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, look, when I started this whole thing, looking at these races for the day, I really wanted to play the 11, Be of Courage. And for a couple of reasons where some people might have landed on some other horses. On August 27th, that race that Born Dancer won, that pace was not fast, and there was give in the ground. So there's a lot of built-in excuses in that race up at Saratoga that can give you some options to find horses moving forward. Now, Be of Courage was 8-1 on the morning line. David Aragona, who makes the morning line in New York, one of the best in the world. I don't have any issue with the fact the horse got bet down. Sometimes it just happens. I thought Be of Courage made a ton of sense. I just needed a little bit of a more attractive price than the 4-1. I don't want to talk anyone off, but as far as my choice in here, the 7, LaChase, I thought would be actually a shorter price. This horse has been running, he was entered in with anticipation scratched, ran in the Pilgrim, the Pennine Ridge, ran against Program Trading last time. I just think this is a much better animal than what some of these might be in here. And at this price, at 9-2, I have to pick this horse. But I have no problem with people who want to play horses that were trying to close into the slow pace from the August 27th race. Horses like Be of Courage, who I thought was interesting. Even a horse like Noble Huntsman I wouldn't talk someone off of. The one that I would talk off, the one that I do have a little bit of an issue with, is Sonic Speed, who was just a little bit close to that pace that I'm saying I'm trying to play horses that we're closing into. I thought Sonic Speed was close enough to that pace that I didn't trust to play against, though. I'm going to land on the 7. I think the 11 is also interesting.
Some good notes, Jonathan. Thank you. We'll see how it plays out. And none of us have really touched on your current favorite, 3-1 on Timbuktu, a horse who comes out of a race won by Let's Go Big Blue, who would come back to cross the wire first in the Rick Violet, only to be disqualified. He won 2 starts back over Shinsen, so they'll rematch in here today. And Chris, we always think of certain sire lines. Munnings, usually you think small, compact, stout. This horse is the largest Munnings I have ever seen. He is huge, he is tall, just so different from what you would ordinarily expect of the pedigree.
Yeah, it must be fun for you too, right? When you start to see a different type. You see these different horses with the pedigree that you expect, and you say, wow, this one is really kind of jumping off the screen to me. It seems like this is a horse that could do that. The bettors do agree too at 3-1, current favorite, lukewarm favorite.
Lukewarm favorite right now as they step onto the turf. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, getting to the 1-horse Timbuktu, he just didn't overwhelm me in the paddock. I just preferred others from a physical perspective. Now, you know, horses have to look good on paper and, you know, run to their form. So Timbuktu is obviously a player, but I just preferred others from a physical perspective, including the 2 Sonic Speed, the 6 Whistler's Honor is a horse that I kept gravitating back to in the paddock. He will be my top selection. And the 8 Shinsun, this horse that sometimes has a little trouble getting away from the gate, but if he can get away cleanly and establish, you know, a decent position, I certainly think he's a player here.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see if Shinsen can turn the tables on Timbuktu at a much bigger price at 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, if you like the 1, you got to like the 8, right? I mean, you do look at two length margin between those runners. At that 8-1,
right,
that would be the play if you like Shinsun. But we'll see. Sonic Speed. When JK was looking for the horse that he was like a play against, I was like, I know it's going to be the 2. I know it's going to be my top choice, but we'll see. It's a fun finale. It's a fun way to close things out.
It is, and a wide open one. Your favorite now, the 11, Bee of Courage, who was flying up the inside late last time out, just beating a nose behind Born Dancer, who wired the field. He is becoming a pretty short price, though, for a horse that has often made those kind of big late runs without getting it done.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, dropping down to that 3-1 needs the right trip. I mean, it has shown some speed in some of these prior races, but that last race was coming from well out of it. Moved towards the inside, does catch a firm turf course, was over the yielding, then the good, so maybe that firm turf course can put this horse a little bit closer.
See how he handles it. Obviously showed he could handle the distance no problem last time out, too. 3-1 favorite right now in the wide open nightcap for the New York breds as they load in. One more to go on this Sunday, Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
As we continue to load here for the 9th race finale, field of 12 going 1 1/16 on the inner. Bee of Courage now steps in. Right now the lukewarm 3-1 favorite, and that will leave us with number 6 Whistler's Honor and the 12 P Money. P Money the last to load under Luis Rivera Jr., who had a winner earlier today. And we are set for race 9. And they're off. Barrel of Quest and Giramonte and P Money from the extreme outside trying to get that early lead. It's Giramonte and P Money. They are 1-2. Barrel of Quest runs in 3rd. More Than a Feeling on the outside is next in 4th. Then comes Bourbon Chase in 5th, followed by LeChase in 6th. Whistler's Honor next in 7th. Timbuktu down at the rail in 8th. Sonic Speed runs in 9th. Then comes Bee of Courage, who is at the back of the pack, along with Noble Huntsman and Shinsun. The quarter was quick, 22 4/5 seconds as they move for the backstretch. Big long shot. Giramonte is in front here by 2. Another big long shot. P Money runs in 2nd. A break of a length and a half to Barrel of Quest, who's on the inside of More Than a Feeling. So big long shots are 1, 2, 3, and 4. LeChase, Bourbon Chase heads apart 5th and 6th. Then comes Timbuktu and Whistler's Honor. Those two are racing as a team. Shinsun is down at the rail. Sonic Speed is in between horses. And on the outside, it is a Noble Huntsman now moving up a spot. Bee of Courage is the trailer. Half mile, 48 and 1. Giramonte by a half length as P Money gains some ground on the outside. More Than a Feeling is in behind, along with Barrel of Quest. Then comes Bourbon Chase. La Chase is next. Shin Sun in the white blinkers has gained ground towards the inside, and Timbuktu is kicking in out in the middle of the course as they come down for the finish. Here comes P Money on the outside of Giramonte. Shin Sun late run along with Timbuktu. It is Giramonte to win this 9th race finale. Giramonte is 96 to 1.
You heard Johnny I, 96 to 1 on Giramonte. Tough to make him on paper, Chris. Tough to imagine he would wire the field in here too, and a pace that held together with P Money being up close as well. Huge prices in the nightcap.
Oh, I mean, this is why you loved it so much. You can go through every scenario in the book, and you go through all the handicapping angles. The front end speed was hanging on. It wasn't coming back. You know, there was some suspect speed, and that maybe that's the only thing you kind of take a look at, but 96 to 1. I didn't have that. Graduated in 99. Almost hit that. 96 to 1. Wow.
October 14th of 2021, that was the last win for Giramonte. And he wins again today at 96 to 1 with Joey Martinez. Well done putting this horse in the front end. He was stretching back out in distance, had been freshened for Leah Giramonte, whose barn is going well. But wow.
And the
big price.
12 finished second, right? P Money finished
second. I think so, yeah.
96 over 53 to 1.
That's, I mean, whew, big prices there. I was commenting to you, so I think P Money was one of like 2 good opinions I had for price horses anyway. In Saratoga, thinking he was a turf horse. So I'm like, okay, last time was the time. 53 to 1 today, and he was stretching out in distance, stepping up. You have 3, 12, 8, 1. So 96 to 1, 53 to 1, 8 to 1, 3 to 1. That's going to be a massive superfecta to round out the day. Oh my goodness!
All your prices are just going to be, wow. I mean, this is 96 to 1. I can't even remember the last time I saw 96 to 1. I mean, this is a huge number. You were talking about book 4. We could get one of those yearlings.
Yeah, exactly. If you hit this super, we could go over to Keeneland and buy a nice yearling.
Get someone on the phone right now.
Wow, big prices to wrap up the day. Congratulations to the connections. Giramonte wires the field in the last race of the day at 96 to 1.
I mean, the only thing that you can kind of do, you start to now you start to make the case, right? Now you start to look and you're saying, what did I miss? What was I looking at? The only thing I will say, when there's not a ton of speed in the race, when it looks like there's a bit of suspect pace, maybe you just want to say, hey, play come and catch me if you can. They couldn't. It was a lot of horses that just could not close into that pace. You saw that. 96 over 1, 96 to 1 over 53 to 1.
Hope you had that exacta. I don't think we up here did, but Chris, a real pleasure getting a chance to do the show with you today. Great job, a lot of fun.
Oh, you're the best. Amazing by you as well, and thanks for taking it easy on me. 0 for 9 for the day. What a debut.
That's okay. We'll come back next time with some more winners. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the races. Some big surprises in the nightcap, but a little bit more formful races a little bit earlier on. Messidor in the Christophe Pamont Exacta in race 3. Victorious with Javier Castellano in the saddle, and then Film Star in the featured 8th race today, taking them gate to wire under Jose Ortiz. Brought some big excitement to the day. Coming up, who wants some deep fried Twinkies? The Little Brown Jug. We'll see you on Thursday. We'll be back on Thursday from 1 to 7 p.m. Thanks for joining us.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire.